Come and collect it. I'm
Welcome.
about to go
Stream starts in
live, you
5
know what
minutes.
I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Come and collect it. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Come and collect it. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about
Got
to start.
high
1 minute left.
expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Oh, no camera. That's interesting. It was up just now, but I've been messing with USB cables. And not because of this that's up. I was just listening to that when I was doing stuff, so. Oh, no USB camera? Come on. So. So, just a sec.
Hair's looking great today.
Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, well. I'll go into OBS. I will start doing my buttons here. At least you can hear me, right? It's also USB, you know? So I do have that device connected that makes a mess of this. Let's actually try unplugging this. And see what happens. So the Raspberry Pi USB HDMI converter that I use for the Raspberry Pi was connected. So let's try now. Turning the camera off. Waiting 2 seconds. Turning it on. So meanwhile, I was actually going to hop to this camera. So I got this from the attic. It's the feet for one of the monitors my kid had on his arm. So we're going to do this first so he gets a new monitor because he has a 431 temporary until his new computer, because his laptop screen went so bad. So his new computer is actually available. So if he was okay with it, he could just put it on his desk right now. But he needs time to just adjust the stuff. So nothing. Okay, so let's unplug the other USBs. Let's actually turn the USB hub off. That's better. And I'm turning it on again. So this screen that usually is on this one, or rather, who this belongs to. Let's see if we can actually read what's on the bottom there. Upside down. So I'm not 100% sure which screen is for which. That's why I want to see this. Come on. So. Oh, that's interesting. So this one is from 2009 at least. So I realized that this was also connected to that Bluetooth, so I don't know what's up really with my camera sometimes, and it's just this thing. So whenever I connect this, I thought it mostly just reconnected. It was a long time since I had problems with the camera. With that one, that's not on. So, we have a few tricks to do otherwise. Right, I actually have a fan on my table. Why do I have a fan? It's not like it's warm. It'll be in the way if I need to access the camera, so I'm going to move it. Actually, it's going to the attic. Let's see, where is it connected? Let's just, yeah, I could just pull it. You know, scroll gameplay. So I'm back. zoom. I'm moving my right screen to the right here. I'm gonna mess with the cables since we messed with them yesterday a bit. So I'm actually unplugging the camera now. So sometimes it's kind of stuck in the wrong mode, not in its USB mode. I don't know why. It's also using a power cable. So now it's off, the power cable is out. I'm plugging that in. I'm gonna plug the USB back in. There. And turning the camera on. Fingers crossed. Let's hope it works. Meanwhile, I'll just go get the... I'm giving it a bit of time. I'm gonna go get the actual screen for that one. So I have two here. So I think this is probably the one. So this. Alright. There's something loose in this. We'll have to fix it. So I noticed that when I move it, I think the bits where you actually screw stuff into here, it's fallen and it's loose in the screen. You can't have that, right? So the question is, how is there any like screws, or do we just pull it apart by force? So of course, yeah, it's a plastic. I think we'll just have to use force on this. It's kind of old. Let's see. It's still a working monitor, so don't want to throw it out. But it's tinier than the other one. So I have another one back there. And this will fit on his desk better, because I'm making a new desk for him. I'm just looking for a year. Whatever, I don't care. It's probably the right one. So, this is annoying though. Let's actually go to the camera. So I'm not doing some nice mode or anything. Let's just hop to the camera. There's my camera. Maybe a full screen, round mask with shadow, and empty. And if we move these, the source should be in the full screen one. Oh. Let's see here. So maybe this is boring. Let's go left screen instead. So left screen, studio mode. Let's go to the camera. So we have camera and stuff. In this we, for example, have the camera. In the camera I have these rotating 3 sizes here, or rather empty, the round, and the one I use for when I do full screen. But the source, where is that? We have this one, and here we have the source, and this one is that one cut, and that one is it with an image in the background. So I'm still using that because of it's hard, not as hard on a computer as doing some logic thing, you know. So if we click activate on this one now, that was the wrong one. This is the snap camera. So it could have stolen it though. Why do I have SnapCam in here? I was playing with it, of course, right? But I thought I kind of removed it. So let's start SnapCam. Now I want to play. Why not? You know, it's not like we have a camera, right? Like, we can't break anything with this. So, first of all, is the camera available here? So if we go to this camera, which is the one that we're not connecting to, I don't want to restart OBS. But OBS is OBS, right? So if we go back, we have this test screen too. So I don't think that will work very well. Also, that will probably stay awake, right? So quit. Arian. Yeah, so we had another program other than Arian before, and that one stole the camera sometimes. But Arian is a phone app, so it's safe. So I used was it Camo Studio before, and finally I just couldn't live with it anymore. So we ditched that. So we still have we have to activate now this one again and see if we get an image. So the next step really. So why is it black? Because I deactivated it. I think we might have to do a OBS restart, but let's do some more things for learning's sake, right? Hi, Panda. Oh, we got image. So the thing you should do is to threaten the computer to close it down, and then you have an image. There. So this is how the round thingy works. And then we have in the cameras and stuff, looks like that. I have a round. No, that's something totally different. Green screen toggle, microscope, activate. Oh, so many things. So this is what I usually use. But when I switch screens, there should be logic. No, it's connected to my buttons. There. So the actual size, I should move that. Should move that to StreamerBot. So I could actually just use these if I want to. So if we go to this big cam in here, it's still round. But if I use a big cam on my phone, it's going to the big one. And if I switch to this one, haha, that's funny. Why is that one still there? I think I was playing with it and changing stuff, that's why. Yeah, I think I created a new cameras and stuff here. So that's not actually supposed to be in this. We have the chat and camera separately. So, interesting. I didn't even see that before. Double chat. So let's just get rid of this and hop back to what we were doing. So this, I didn't think I would have to open this. No? Did I close the Arian app too? Yeah, to test, I did. So we'll open it again. This is live. This is what could happen. You could debug stuff and end up closing things. So we also have this project on the side here. Raspberry Pi connected to breadboard. So we did that yesterday after the advent of cyber. So we'll see what we'll have to do, but let's open this one first. So I'm kind of thinking, let's just get a screwdriver and hurt the plastic a bit. It's an old screen, right? Can't even fit it. I'm just breaking it. So we have metal in this hole and in this hole, but not in this and this. And if I do this, yeah, you can hear it, right? And there's, oh my, it's really falling around in there, meaning it could short circuit something. We don't want that. We want to know. And when I unscrewed these, it just happened. It just fell, which is odd, right? It should be stuck in its place. I don't think I've fixed this one. I had a similar screen that I've opened a few times and switched the caps to new ones. But this one, I think it's just been good. So it's odd that you have to switch the capacitors on a screen that was always new on the other one. That's also a Samsung though. So why is there like dirt in that? So my kids had us, so I shouldn't question the dirt or the sticky stuff. Oh well. So what do you think? Any suggestions, Panda? How do we open this the easiest? So it might be that we can pull the front off by finger power. It's bending, so I'll show you. It's bending here, right? So what if I do that and put the little screwdriver in here and move it to the side? So we want to be a bit careful. We could look for a service manual, right? Maybe we should instead of just pushing against stuff, but I don't see any other way, right? So it's getting off. We're getting it. So I clicked 2 of the clickies here, apparently. So let's go to the other side. I'm standing up so I can reach this. Let's see, can we bend this? You know, with electronics, if it doesn't work, kick it, right? That's the best solution, don't you think, Panda? I know you know your stuff. The kick is always a good solution to a computer that doesn't work well. So this feels tight. It feels like it's screwed in place. It feels like I can't move it, so that's different than it just bending. So the bottom side was different feel. I could just move it. So as there's no screws visible, the only would be under here. I don't think so, right? So it would be only in one spot. So there has to be places to push it open. So either from that side or this side. But as we can see here, if you can see that, we can see the spots where the plastic has been stuck there too. It's been like in there. Or let's go the other side too. There, click. Because I noticed that one didn't click. So that's when I actually need the screwdriver again. So there's, the logic tells me that I need to push this a bit. Yeah, it kind of feels stuck, this one too, right? Then we got it open. So feeling this again. There. So up mostly. So all of this edge is loose. Yeah, you can hear it inside. So if I feel for it here, so we could actually use another screwdriver too. So it's not Advent of Cyber because we need to solve my kid's screen first. Come on, screwdrivers. I know you're in the store. So I think I put too many things in there. So couldn't get it up. There. So there. So this one was like better for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's actually flatter. There, so we got the corner up, and we can also see that the screen is loose. This is how it's stuck together. There's no screws. It's just plastic popping off. So let's go to the next one. Careful now when we have loose parts. And we also know other things that are not put together in a good way on the screen, right? So, this is a top side. I don't really want to put my screwdriver in here because it will be visible, right? If I can avoid it. But I don't feel any. So I don't want to use the screen side of it. Let's do this one first. Oh, there it actually moved a bit. Now, let's do this first. So if maybe we have 3 sides, we can just lift it up, you know? So I'm thinking this one. There. We got something. Yeah, I'm getting the big one in here, and then we can take the tiny one for the details. So there. Yeah, I'm making marks for sure. I could have gotten something more nice than a screwdriver, right? But I'd have to go to the other room. That's work. So I'm just kidding. I think it's okay. It's an old screen. So first of all, are there wires? Yes, there's wires, meaning we can't lift it. But I could pop it up like this. There. That's like paper tape. So the wires at the bottom. Let's turn it over to the side so that we can just fold forward. Yeah. So I've never seen this before. The only thing keeping it together was plastic, and then we can see the piece that we need to fix. Right? This just fell off. So I'm going to put this carefully on my stool here. There. So this is a fixing that needs to be done, nothing electronic or anything, just that this needs to be here. So why isn't it? Because there's a plastic piece missing? I don't know. So it seems, yeah, it just popped off for some reason. Let's put some glue on these. Let's just get some glue, so it won't happen again. Snart förklar med skärmen gubben, jag har öppnat den, jag håller på att fixa problemet. Vet den där skärmen som, när vi tog din skärm loss från stället så sa det kul, så ramlade det runt lite. Jag håller på att fixa den, så ska vi sätta den hos labban. För den var mindre än den andra. Så slipper han ha den där dåliga skärmen. There. So, I don't know if you can see how dusty this is. Let's like just take some paper. That would be good enough. And some quick glue. So these plastic spots here are probably supposed to keep them from going towards the middle. So if you just put a bit of extra plastic here. And let's also put some here. I think it won't fall off again. This feels like let's make a monitor that can just fall apart, right? So just pull the plastic a bit and it just falls apart. Where did I put that? I don't want it to get glue somewhere else. So this we want to just put on from the back. We couldn't do that because of this, right? The question is, how long do we want this to wait before we turn it around? Maybe we should try and put it... I think we'll have to wait for a bit and the glue to dry. Which is annoying. But I guess so. So... we're going to check that the rest of the screen looks okay while we're at it, because I felt other parts being loose too, right? You saw that, right? It's not like stuck together fully. So this bit, there's no screws. This is the monitor cable there. And then this bit. So let's just... Come on. There. So that one was... didn't... You know, there's screw holes even, but it's not stuck to anything, it's just loose. And I've never seen anything like it when I've opened the screen. You only have this tiny little edge here. I'll just move the keyboard further in. So this is the tiny little edge here that keeps this from... and then the plastic on top. Right? Isn't that odd? So we really need to put the plastic on. I guess the glue will do, right? Because there was nothing fully loose. I think we can just do it. Let's start with getting the plastic line here. So I'm trying to lift the screen. There. So now it's inside the front edge of it. So then we have this cable. Let's pull it up a bit so it's not crushed. These of course fell off. And then we have the protection here for the cables I get, and dried like paper tape. So let's put this as it's supposed to be. So there's two holders there. This is just along the edge, nothing more. That's very odd. Very odd. So I guess this is just some like So there. So that, there's a tiny bit of plastic here. And this is this paper thingy there. Is this all really? So it needs to go more up or it won't fit this. But this can go different places. So yeah, we could even lift this up a bit. Make sure these fit in this. There's like thingies here. And then we push these in place. This one is bent actually. Let's get the pliers. So it's bent up. Yeah, whatever, let's tiny screwdriver will help. Okay, so the reason it was bent because it won't fit the way it's supposed to, possibly. So it was bent to be able to fit, which is kind of bad. So I guess we will do the same. So let's unclip the one that works. There. And check. Okay. So it's more like it's double bent. It's supposed to be bent this part. Because this is. But it wasn't fully bent. So there and there. And then there and there. Yeah, let's try and make that a bit flatter. So now it looks like it did when I opened it, except for being more of one place, right? So that one there, that one there. So this still isn't like in one place because this can move. So let's hope this is the correct position for it. And let's hope the glue dried enough not to drip at least, right? So it's dusty, I don't care. Well, we could take this big lump of dust at the bottom here. Don't want it to all fall on my desk. So the glue is not dry, but it should be stable enough to turn on its own power. So there. So this is very odd. The only thing aligning this is really the screw holes now. I seem to have put it in the right spot because they aligned. So the front is connected, the sides connected, and the back. So let's just lift it up a bit and feel that it's really tight. So I'm not turning it over, we're going to put the screws in or whatever it needs. It's just like this, right? So yeah, there are two screws. I was like, what? We need something to get it stuck there, but there's two screws. They're just falling out so far. I thought it might be plastic. So, keep holding those up since it's not flat. There. And another screwdriver. Yeah. So now it's tight. I just hope that I didn't I didn't move the glue too much, right? Because this is the side that fell away when I unscrewed it last time. Anyway, it can't move. Choose another end of the box or the plastic container thingy. So I'm going to go put this by my kids and hope that he has the right cable for it. I think so, because the other screen is 4.3, so it's much older than this one. So I'll go put this on my kid's desk and then I'll be back. So this is the one he had before. 4-3. It's the same age, I think, but you know, this is heavy too. Yeah. So of course I put it in here, where I put all the stuff that I don't have space for anywhere else. Oh, I moved my trash bin. So I'm thinking we'll do more this kind of thing when we're done with the Advent of Cyber. So let me just I think it's actually dusty here too. That's not very odd when you open a dusty screen, right? When you just move your hand and it's like there. So I'm gonna switch ears actually because this one is better. So let's see
here. Pandatong says,
It was great when I was working in IT at the hospital. I had so many monitors. Take the failed ones home and replace the cheap capacitors.
Ah, yeah. That's usually what's killing them. Yeah, so I had this screen that every time I started, for years, it was like flickering a bit. And then finally it was just flickering more and dying. So, but it did it from the start. I might actually have changed the capacitors when it was like just half a year or something first, and then it started doing it again. That's odd, really, that they don't have better quality. Because most of them work fine, right? So, I've got so many things up. And I'll start the VM now, so we'll see what happens. Right, let's actually do one thing before we start. So, there's Humble Bundles. Currently, let's see. So, I actually have bought 2. And in my whole life, like, right? And that's now. Here's one of them. This is Hacking 2024, No Stars Press. And No Stars Press, their books are good, right? So, good books, and you get like 18 of them for €34, which is kind of good. But I think I might mistakenly have not clicked this and paid 39. I don't know. I can check my receipts. But there's stuff like even if you know lots of stuff, there's something you don't know, like Mac malware. I don't know. There's different kind of things, like is Ghidra, IoT hacking, Go. So it's like malware data science. It's not like just basic stuff. You can dig deeper. Bug hunting. So lots of stuff. And there was networking protocols. Yeah. So I will probably put the EPUB files in my phone, listen while I do other stuff, right? That's what I would do with these. Then let's see what this was. Is this the same one, maybe? Oh, so this is... Oh my god, that's so stupid of me. Well. I've already redeemed the code, so I don't think it matters. It'd probably say if someone did it, it's already done, So then we have... where's the other one? Here. And this one I'm thinking about actually doing exactly now. So we don't need more of those windows. So here's, let's see. Yeah, this is a programmer one. This one. So cyber security 0 to hero. And at first I was like, okay, that's not much. Like $20 for 24 video courses with like you're doing stuff. You're not just watching videos. It's supposed to be, right? So, and then I realized there was actually an IoT one in here. So when I got this and had it up, that's when I realized that's here. So, intro to IoT pen testing. Though it's intro, right? So I still haven't. I started looking at it and it's just like basic intro stuff. So we'll see. But hopefully there'll be cool stuff, and especially for this price, you know, it's kind of nice. And it's also, I think they're redoing them, so they're very short times. Let's see, what does it say? This one has 11 hours left, right? So 11 hours left on this one. And this one that I'm thinking of doing too, it's 4 hours. So that's why if I'm going to buy this, I'll have to do it now. The thing is, would I look at videos about this? I'd like to learn React. I could look at YouTube videos, you know, but I'm thinking that these courses should be more to the point, maybe not. So the one I started looking at, the IoT one, so it's definitely good quality. Let's actually hop over there. So this is, let's click something. Or I did buy it already. Yeah, because I was thinking the same yesterday. Yeah, so I did buy it. I decided to do it because of the price, and I was too late, too tired. So let's look at something. I don't know what this is. It says security layers. Let's click so we know what we know doing. Let's do security. Or rather, if we uncheck this one and do the IoT one that I started watching. And we can just click something here. I don't think they mind us looking at 2 seconds of the stuff. So you can see what it looks like, because it's nice to know before you purchase this. So first of all, there's a transcript of all what they say here, if you'd like it for some reason. They mentioned there would be a link in the notes or something, and I didn't have any link in the notes for one of the videos, so I don't know if we really have those notes. But let's see if we can realize how this works. So if we look, it'll click not the first one maybe.
Before we dive into the Internet of Things, we need to define what exactly that is.
So this is
Stay
what the
tuned, we'll talk
courses
about it.
look like, right?
Watching IT to iOS.
Oh,
So
interesting. Fun fact.
But they don't. I don't know.
See,
maybe
you're
there has been a
getting this stuff for free. You're not even paying for that. That's just
so there is
Sometimes,
some
yeah,
talking,
some
and it's
business
very
with
slow
a
speed,
budget
you know, of
a large
talking.
business, and they-
So I've speeded it up to 2.5 times when I've looked at them. Let's just check. So it's explaining the multimeter, use TTL to USB, and different tools. And this, I want to look at
I
this,
always
you
want
know.
to speed it up.
Yeah. So this is my favorite. Where is it? Here. Video speed. So if I start a video, I just click G and
I start to get the idea.
oh,
Also,
did you see that?
people
It
that work for an
changed.
organization,
So
that would
some
be-
of these have
depends,
actually
like, in a
done
real
that.
world scenario, like a hacker, a threat actor.
So
If I were a threat actor, I would start targeting people. So if you were the CEO, of a
check the
company
speed over
and
here in the
your
corner.
enterprise
It
is
helps
locked
back down again.
How's your home?
So it didn't do it all the time, but it actually did it sometimes. But there's also speed here. You can set it to 2 times on this. That's kind of okay. Kind of
Let me
okay.
start targeting you as a person and see if I can't make any inroads. that
But it's
way.
still
You
kind of
never
slow.
know.
But I did speed it up. I know I did, so I don't know why it doesn't work. Maybe it's because the menu is out or whatever, you know. So it did work, but not the right now. So if we click something real, there's Firmware analysis toolkit. You know, it sounds interesting here, right? So, okay, so they're really just getting to stuff at the very end, but it's also called, like, it's basic stuff, right? Or introduction. So I'm thinking I'll learn stuff here, right? Because I've seen the Yeet-Tabulator, that it's like a... Oh, did you see it changing the speed and hopping back?
If you ever tried to locate or work with an OCD interface,
Let's just click on something.
Right off the link.
Yeah, so...
I would imagine,
on their site.
since that's
So I know that, I think that one is actually like open source, so you could build it yourself. I'm gonna, of course, continue watching this since I bought it. But I did also do the... Let's look at, like, web. Let's see how these differ, right? So I want to learn React. So, what does this look like?
React.js, a popular front-end framework.
So, a bit of different look.
JavaScript example,
They're talking. Let's hop further in.
There's really no relevant certifications at this point. It's more
So this seems very...
programming. Well, there you have it. I know I'm excited and hopefully
Is
you are as
this
well.
just one video per
We hope to
part?
see you there.
And this is 26 minutes.
So what happens later on at the end of
Okay,
the
so
code,
they're like
you
doing
call back
code
to
and
the
explaining it
So
stuff,
if
right?
I was to run this,
So the thing is, we could probably find this better and newer on YouTube, but maybe I'd have to look for 3 hours for the right thing and start with watching a few things that didn't really say anything, right? So these are still, I'm thinking they have to have a certain quality. And since I recognized, like, the person who did the other one, I recognized the dude because I actually watched something yesterday with them. So, yeah. It seems to be like people that know stuff. Alright, I have to unclick them. So, I'm like, can't we see people's name? I don't remember his name. Anyway, so all of this also gets me inspired to create my own courses. So I should really do that, the Python one that I've already planned. So, well, we can close these. I remember we have to go to this Packed Pub, not to the actual site for these, because I checked the site out before I bought the first one, right? The cybersecurity one. So yeah, that was links from email. So I did already buy this one, and a good thing I remembered before trying to buy it again. But it has it's quite a few of them courses, and never read these, right? the prices. I would never pay more than this for something I'm not really interested in, right? Not that I have a lot of money, but you have to choose what you pay for still, even if you had a lot of money. But with this price, it's definitely worth the time spent for looking at looking on YouTube. So I will tell you later if I maybe I'll do the React one. Numpy, I've used it a bit. It's not my kind of thing, but I guess maybe we should learn it better anyway. Ruby, you know. Well, WordPress. It's not the most interesting things. Well, if you don't know Java, you can do the Java one. Object-oriented Python. There are a few Python ones, and I'm kind of thinking, well, I don't need that. But I thought it was cheap enough to to do it anyway. Programming fundamentals. This is more for people starting, probably, right? And there's a lot of Python. So 1, 2, 3 Python at least. And then we had there. Yeah, so this one too. So HTML5, canvas, graphics, and animations. Maybe we need that for making the web page, right? Node, I'm trying to stay away from after doing Node-RED and realizing how it works really, and it kind of dying on me. But maybe we'll use it again. It was better. I had voice commands and stuff. I could do voice commands through Streambot too, but they're not as good. So we'll see. Whatever, those are available now. I'm just rambling on. It's nice saying that I already bought it then, but I probably wouldn't have done it now if I don't know. I was tired yesterday. I was thinking I'll probably forget it if I don't do it now. So maybe there's other stuff you're interested in. But anyway, they seem to be like having these temporary ones that go away quickly now. So it's like just up for 3 days or something. There's how to redeem the codes. What's this? Oh, right. So I have to look at that. Let's just do it now, right? And I'm also uploading. Come on. So, day 5. I'm actually making separate videos for. So all the streams have an S at the start because I've been planning to do not full streams too, right? So I usually just leave them on Twitch. So if you want more sorted stuff, I have all 340 different ones on Twitch. As the streams just stay up for 2 weeks. So how will it show this? I can't see anything here, so I'll have to click forever if I want to go to the 340th. There we're doing natives. Fixing a ring light. Windows Provost. It's kind of fun to do. Oh, I actually looked at Go a bit. Someone suggested it on stream. So, can you make a land turtle from Pi? This project is still up for doing, right? So I have to almost look back at my old stuff, and so we're doing track me rooms, unboxing, Panda. Well, there's unboxing videos there. Lock picking. So now we're getting back, way back. So we're on the last page, I think. So 1st of May, I had my first raid. 2023. That's when I started streaming. And here we have Node-RED that I talked about. I was using it here. Alright, so here we are also doing Raspberry Pi stuff that we just have next to me here now. So next up on the Raspberry Pi stuff, to use the cable. So it's the next thing to do. So it's upside down. Oh, so this one, let's put it in the bag before we get started. So if I just update this, it should go back to the start. There. let's actually upload this. So I'm all done with the messy stuff, right? So let's go to TryHackMe. Let's start the VM. Let's hop over to Advent of Cyber. So I'm like 1 hour in before I even do the thing I said I'll do, right? So I'm just starting this. It's Friday afternoon. We're taking it easy. I'll leave the mouse and the glue so we're get rid of some stuff here. To talk to my kids a bit too. So last time he asked for like help just in the middle of the Advent of Cyber. Then we want to be like focused, right? So Kelly. I like this background. I don't know why I don't have it on my laptop though. Is it only in the file or is it in the old one? Is that why it's like that? I don't know. So we have another red day. Day 12. Web timing attacks. If I can't steal their money, I'll steal their joy. Okay, that sounds like a great person. Werewolves Bank had a huge turnover this year and expected a massive profit before the holiday season. They were eager to disclose this news to the town people during the Sakmas celebrations. However, to their surprise, things went the other way around. After completing the annual calculations, the accountants were shocked to see a considerable loss. They observed discrepancies in the account balances. The bank called McSkitty to help investigate these fraudulent transactions. Upon analyzing the bank's website's traditional logs, McSkitty found some interesting transactions. Few users, including the mayor's team, initiated multiple transactions from Werewolf's reserve accounts at once. Surprisingly, all these transactions succeeded despite exceeding the user's current balance. Glitch was already aware of the critical vulnerability, allowing these fraudulent transactions that Mayor Malware and his alliance exploited. So, Werewolves Bank. Oh, there's stuff coming out of there. Learning objectives. Understand the concept of race condition of vulnerabilities. Identify the gaps introduced by HTTP 2. Exploit race conditions in a controlled environment. Learn how to fix the race. Connecting to the machine. And today we have no split screen. So we need our Kali machine, hopefully, not the tech bugs, and this machine. So click on the green start machine button below and we'll get an IP soon. So we will have a website. Let's just wait with copying that and continue reading. Sorry. Web timing and race conditions. Conventional web applications are relatively easy to understand, identify, and exploit. If there is an issue in the code of a web application, we can force a web application to perform an unintended action by sending specific inputs. These are easy to understand because there's usually a direct relationship between the input and output. We get bad output when we set bad data, indicating a vulnerability. But what if we can find vulnerabilities using only good data? What if it isn't about the data, but how we send it? This is the web timing and race conditions attack come into play. Let's dive into this crazy world and often hidden attack surface. So we saw the IP address popping into existence over here, so let's actually copy this. We need the VPN there, so I'll just hop over here. And let's open the browser. And I think I turned off burp, so this should work. So we have a login account number and password. This is what the site looks like that they gave us. In its simplest form, a web timing attack means we can glean information from a web application by reviewing how long it takes to process our request, by making tiny changes to what we send and how we send it, and observing the response time. We can access information we are not authorized to have. Race conditions are a subset of web timing attacks that are even more special. With a race condition attack, we are no longer simply looking to gain access to information, but can use the web application to perform unintended actions on our behalf. Web timing vulnerabilities can be incredibly subtle. Based on the following research, so there's a link here, response time differences ranging from 1300 milliseconds and 5 nanoseconds have been used to stage attacks. That's not a big difference, 5 nanoseconds. Because of their subtle nature, they can also be hard to detect and often require a wide range of testing techniques. However, with the increase of adoption of HTTP2, they have become a bit easier to find and exploit. And actually, I heard Tiberius talk about this kind of recently. So, oh, the Portswigger. Yeah, so we can look at this later. Whew. So, the rise of HTTP2. HTTP2 was created as a major update for HTTP, the protocol used for web applications. While most web applications still use HTTP 1.1, there has been a steady increase of that in the adoption of HTTP2, as it is faster, better for web performance, and several features that elevate the limitations of HTTP 1.1. However, If implemented incorrectly, some of these new features can be exploited by threat actors using new techniques. The key difference in web timing attacks between HTTP 1.1 and HTTP 2 is that HTTP 2 supports a feature called single packet multi-requests. Network latency, the amount of time it takes for a request to reach the web server, made it difficult to identify web timing issues. It was hard to know whether the time difference was due to a web timing vulnerability or simply a network latency difference. However, with single packet multi-requests, we can stack multiple requests in the same TCP packet, eliminating network latency from the equation. Meaning time differences can be attributed to different processing times for the requests. This is explained more in the animation below, so let's look at this. So we see the difference in time there, and I'm thinking we'll see HTTP 1.1 too. Here we have HTTP 1.1, one is sent, one back, another sent, another back. So they didn't have the clocks on there. Maybe it was just too quick for us to be able to read. So, obvious, right? They already explained it in text. Since we send them in the same request, there will be no time difference there. I mean, the network delay won't matter. With network latency a thing of the past, only server latency remains, making it significantly easier to detect timing issues and exploit them to discover sensitive information. Typical timing attacks. Timing attacks can often be divided into two main categories. Information disclosures, leveraging the differences in response delays. The threat actor can uncover information they should not have access to. For example, timing differences can be used to enumerate the usernames of an application, making it easier to stage a password guessing attack to gain access to accounts. Race conditions. Race conditions are similar to business logic flaws that the threat actor can use, can cause the application to perform unintended actions. However, the issue's root cause is how a web application processes requests, making it possible to cause the race condition. For example, if we send the same coupon request several times simultaneously, it will be responded to. It will be possible to apply it more than once. For the rest of this task, we will focus on race conditions. We will take a look at the time of check to time of use. TOCTO. So time of check to time of use. Flaw. Let's use an example to explain this. So data there, data there, data there, data there. Time, request 1, submit discount code, code already used. Sumner sent it to it at the same time. And the discount is applied for both. Instead of it already being seen that, well, this one happens before this one instead of at the same time. The animations. Let's hop one bit more down so we can see it. When the user submits their compound code, in the actual code of the web application, at some point we perform a check that the coupon is valid and hasn't been used before. We apply the discount, and only then do we update the coupon code to indicate that it has already been used. In this example, between we check if our component is valid and our update of the component is being used. there's a couple of milliseconds where we apply it. While this might seem small, if a threat actor can send 2 requests close enough together in time, it might happen that before the coupon is updated in request 1, it has already been checked in request 2, meaning that both requests will apply the coupon. Winning the race. Now that you understand basic concepts related to race conditions, let's explore how the vulnerability occurs in real-world scenario. For this, we will take the example of the Werewolf banking application hosted on, our thing we went into. This application allows users to log in and transfer funds between accounts. Intercepting the request. Before we start intercepting requests, we need to configure the environment so that as a pen tester, all web traffic from our browser is routed through Burp Suite. I'll just click it because it's slow start. There. This allows us to see and manipulate the requests as we browse. We will use Burp Suite, a powerful web vulnerability scanner, to intercept and modify requests for this exploitation. You can access Burp Suite in the attack box. And we're not using the attack box. Once you click the icon, Burp Suite will open an introductory screen. So, and then you get this screen. And once Burp is started, you will see its main interface with tabs as the proxy, intruder, repeater, and others. Though ours is not bright light mode. In Burp Suite, click the Settings tab at the top right. You will see Burp's browser option available under the Tools. Enable Allow Burp's browser. Well, this is for the... We're not using that either. We're using Firefox. So, if you do this, you can read it. After allowing the browser to run without the sandbox, you should be able to start the browser. So, Proxy Intercept tab.
Yeah, you burp that sweet. Burp it like a baby.
Hi, H. Welcome in. So, wasn't time since I saw you here, though. So we have Burp started, but we're not using Burp's internal browser. We're using this instead. Hi, Panda.
Says, Gutenberg Morgen Horgen. Translated from German.
That's funny. Oh my god. So, let's go back. Once you browse the URL, all the requests are intercepted, and you can be seen in the HTTP history tab. So, I'm sorry. As a penetration tester, one key step in identifying race condition is to validate functions involving multiple transactions or operations that interact with shared resources, such as transferring funds between accounts, reading and writing to a database,
I'm gonna bail.
updating balances.
Wanted to say hi.
Okay.
Don't want any spoilers.
You're gonna do it all? Have you started on Ages? No, it's called Age, not Advent. You're confusing me. Age of Music, Advent of Cyber. So it became Age of Cyber. We're in the Age of Cyber. Yeah. Okay, so though it's not like an advanced one, right? You can stay if you want to, but I understand it totally. I wouldn't want it spoiled. So have a great day, and thanks for saying hi. So, let's hop over here and click Burp, right? So we have Burp. Now we have login information. This is what I was waiting for, right? We have the login credentials here. For this example, we will log into Wearable Banking application using the credentials. Once logged in, you will see the following dashboard that will contain the following two primary functions. So let's just check it out here. So, account number is 110. I wish mine was as simple. So, tester. So, we're now in the bank. We have 1,000. So, we're going to send probably a request to get more than that, right? From building a HTTP2. So that's what we saw. Yeah, you will see two functionalities: log out, which probably does not involve simultaneous tasks. Next is fund transfer, which includes deducting funds from the account and adding them to another account. As a pen tester, this could be an opportunity for attack. We will see in detail how, as a pen tester, you can exploit the vulnerability. Verifying the fund transfer functionality. We will browse the bank application and perform a sample transaction inside the browser. This will generate multiple GET and POST requests, and whatever request we make will be passing through Burpsuite. As shown in the figure, our current balance is $1,000. We will send 500 to another bank account with a number 111. While doing that, all our requests will be captured by Burpsuite. Click on the transfer button and you will see the following message indicating that the amount has been transferred. So let's send something. So I guess we do exactly what they do because we're supposed to, right? So we send half of it to 111, and I'm kind of thinking that we could send back and forth and we just increase the money we have, right? So what if that had worked for reals? And you would be that kind of person that would do such a thing, right? Success, transaction ID. So, before we hop back, let's just look at this in Burp, right? Because I'm curious. So we want to see the history. So first, let's actually drag this a bit, right? So we want to see the ones over here. My God. I don't know. I won't like the time sorted on time. I wanted to see the time too, though. There, now you can see the time. And now this doesn't work because so if I move this, it moves both. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the first one. So this is when we just go into the dashboard, I'm assuming. And cookie. So now this is the successful one. So we started here. I thought it was backwards first because I clicked, but maybe it was actually. Here's a login, and it's redirecting us. And so, display flash messages. Target account. Font family Ubuntu. And then we're sending account number, amount, and we're redirected again to the dashboard. So post to login, post to transfer. and then we get to the dashboard afterwards. Okay. And here we have the success, the transaction ID thingy. So, now let's review the phone transfer. HTTP post request logged in Burp Suite. HTTP history option. Yes, so we did this. They're just telling us how to get there. So they wanted to send it to the repeater, of course. So let's hop over and send this transfer. This must be the one they want us to send. Where we actually do it. Send this to the repeater so we can send this again. We don't want to transfer 500 now though, right? We wouldn't have any money left. By the way, let's actually check the page. I didn't look at it thoroughly enough, apparently. Yeah, so it says balance 500 up here now. So if we were to do another test, we were to have no money left to continue this thing. And now send to repeater, navigate to the repeater tab. We will find the post request that needs to be triggered multiple times. We can change the amount number from account number from 111 and the amount from 500 to any other value. Okay. So, learn more by why this happened. Why did this happen? This never happened to me before. That's interesting. Cost saving measure implemented. Should not be frequent. Yeah, so it never happened to me. So I'm totally okay with that. But it's a bit annoying when you're streaming, right? So, okay. So let's click the start machine button again. So now we have all the money left though, but we have to redo stuff. And we have to wait. And it's not like I haven't paid them a lot of money actually, because I'm subscribing. Take the opportunity to just scroll through the page. So minus 4,500 there. So I don't think this will take much time, but this is quite annoying. I'm scrolling up to the little tiny thing here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. IP. So we have the new IP. Let's hop over here. Let's redo it all. So I could change the IP, right? In the request, but we might want to have it here too. So the dashboard will need to log in, and the credentials were, yeah, it's easiest just to redo it. Scrolling down there, so we have 110 tester. And then we have we're doing our test transfer here let's scroll down again, 111, 500. And we send this. And we get our confirmation that the transfer was correct. And we close this one and hop back to the proxy history. And then we get the new transfer, and we forward this one instead to repeater. So now we can delete that one without it being sad. So this is now our new one. So send it to repeater. Now navigate to repeater tab, find the post request that needs to be triggered multiple times. We can change the account number from 111, the amount value from 500, to any other value in the request as well, as shown below. So let's see, and here it is saying, oh, they're just showing it, they haven't changed it. Okay, place the mouse cursor inside the request inside the repeater tab in Burp Suite, and press Ctrl R to duplicate this tab. Press Ctrl R 10 times to have 10 duplicate requests ready for testing. So we're going to do 10 of them. Okay. So we do it. Let's do it. I'm glad I deleted the other one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or I did actually click it 10 times now, so yeah, let's delete one. Now we have 10. Now that we have 10 requests ready, we want to send them simultaneously. Well, the option is to manually click the send button on each tab individually. We aim to send them all in parallel. To do this, click the plus icon next to the request. 10. Well, it's 11 for us. And select Create Group tab. This will allow us to group all the requests together for easier management and execution in parallel. And this taught me something new about Burp. I didn't know this. So, next to the 10, well, 11, because it died on us, there should be a plus. So, is this the one? Create tab group. And then we just select all of them. So I've seen this done actually when I'm looking at it. I've just had no use for it yet. So let's create this. So now we have a group. So interesting. New possibilities. After clicking the Create tab group, a dialog box will appear for you to name the group and select the button. Select request to include, for example, funds. They're naming it something. Now, we are ready to launch multiple copies of our HTTP post requests simultaneously to exploit the race condition vulnerability. Select Send Group in Parallel, Last Byte Sync, in the drop-down next to the Send button. Once selected, the Send button will change to Send Group Parallel. Click this button to send all duplicated requests in our tab group at the same time, as shown below. So, we click here, and we select Send in Parallel, and then we click Send Group. So, we can follow redirection here too, but let's listen to what they want us to do. So we can see our account balance. Once all the requests have been sent, navigate to the tester account in the browser and check the current balance. You will notice that the tester balance is negative because we successfully transferred more funds that were available in the account, exploiting the race condition vulnerability. By duplicating 10 requests and sending them in parallel, we're instructing the system to make 10 simultaneous requests, each deducting 500 from the tester account and sending it to account 111. it is correctly correctly implemented system. The application should have processed the first request, looked at the database, and locked the database. Process the remaining requests individually. However, due to the race condition, the application handles these requests abruptly, resulting in a negative balance in the tester account and an inflated balance on account 111. Verifying through source code. Suppose you're a penetration tester with access to the application's source code, as in white box testing scenario. Let's look at it first, right? So we didn't look. So let's look at the browser here. And let's just F5 this page. So now we have minus 4,500. So it worked for us too, as it should. Or shouldn't. By analyzing our code, we can pinpoint areas where multiple database operations are performed without proper transaction handling. Below is the Python code that handles the fund transfer. If user balance amount, update user balance was. So yeah, it does both there. In the above code, if user balance is more than or equal to amount, the application first updates the recipient's balance with the command update user set balance equals balance plus, where account number equals, followed by a commit. Then it updates the sender's balance using update user set balance where account number equals, and commits again. Since these updates are committed separately and not a part of a single atomic transaction, there is no locking or proper synchronization between these operations. This lock of transaction or locking mechanisms makes the code vulnerable, lack of it, vulnerable to race conditions. At current requests could interfere with the balance updates. Yeah. Time for some action. Now that you understand the vulnerability, can you assist Glitch in validating it using the account number 101 and password Glitch? Attempt to exploit the vulnerability by transferring over 2,000 from his account to account number 111. Okay, so let's just do it. So we have logout, and I'm actually going to hop to burp, and since we had the messy history here, let's just clear the history. So we have a fresh and empty thing there. So we're going into account number 101 and Glitch. Let's see. Oh my, I did click the logout, didn't I? I assumed we were in this already. Maybe I didn't click. So Glitch is the password. So we're supposed to transfer 2,000 from his account using the vulnerability. Now he has 2,000, so it feels like. One thing I want to do first is to see if they... Yeah. So there's the flag that we're getting here. That's what I wanted to see. So first we send like... let's do 500 then, right? And amount... Okay, 111. Here, 500. So then we have transferred 500. Then we have 1,500 left. It doesn't say what amount they want left on the account, right? So we could have transferred 1 instead. And then we hop over to burp, and we look at the transfer. We have oh, I transferred to the wrong account number. Then we go repeater, and we send it instead to 111 and 500. So The problem is it has 2000. And it still calculates the correct sum. So it is not correct. So let's assume that we want this to be copied 4 times, meaning 3 times. So let's make 3 copies and plus these together in a group. 13, 14, 15, and 16, meaning 500 times 4 there. So I don't think they thought through this. I don't know why they selected the same amount they already had on the count. I mean, it wouldn't be a minus. So now we're actually going to, since we used the wrong account first, it's easier. Because we have to do this with 2000. So, again, we do this, and we do parallel. We have these 4 in the group. They're each doing the same thing. Account number 111, confirming that we're asked to do to account 111, $2,000. So this will be that. So we just send it. And then we look at the account. And the balance is 0. So didn't the first one go through then? Anyway, the thing I'm thinking about, it should have been minus, since we sent 4 of these, it should have been minus 500 if the first one went through. Now I'm thinking it didn't. So let's just send them again and see what it said. I should have looked between, right? Let's follow the redirection for this one. So it should say like you don't have enough money on your account. Welcome glitch, balance 0, transfer money. So it didn't do anything. Yeah, so that's annoying because we'll have to reset it, right? So terminate. And we'll read the rest while it's starting again. This would have been less terrible if it's already hadn't required another restart, right? So, it's so much, looks like a lot of text, but it's really not because it's images, right? So, attempt to exploit the vulnerability by transferring 2,000 from his account to the account number 111. Fixing the race. The developer did not properly handle concurrent requests in the bank's application, leading to a race condition vulnerability during fund transfers. When multiple requests were sent in parallel, each detecting transferring funds, the application processed them simultaneously, without ensuring proper synchronization. This resulted in inconsistent account balances, such as negative balance in the sender's account and excess funds in the recipient's account. Here are some of the preventive measures to fix the race. Use automatic transactions. The developer could have implemented automatic database transaction to ensure that all steps of a fund transfer, deducting and crediting balances, are performed as a single unit. This would ensure that either all steps of the transaction succeed or none do, preventing partial updates that could lead to an inconsistent state. Implement mutex locks. By using mutex locks, the developer could have ensured that only one thread accesses a shared resource, such as the account balance at a time. This will prevent multiple requests from interfering with each other during concurrent transactions. Apply rate limits. The developer could have implemented rate locking on critical functions like fund transfer and withdrawals. This would limit the number of requests processed within a specific time frame, reducing the risk of abuse through repeated requests. So, the race thingy is I'm thinking of processor instructions instead here, but that's what it all boils down to, right? So you need to have an instruction that sets a value and reads it at the same time, and there is, right? So it needs to check first. This, I guess. So what is the flag value after transferring the 2000? So we need to do this. If you enjoy this, go to race conditions, where balances shift and numbers soars. Look for an entry in open door. Yeah, so we keep getting these hints, right? We got one yesterday too, I think. No, it was not yesterday. It was... Oh my gosh. So they're telling us look more at this one, right? Was it this one, maybe? I don't know which one it was. One of them had a question, and I wrote it down in notes. Yeah, it's not that one. Anyway. So this, we have a new IP. So... let's log in. Let's remember the login creds, of course. And what we're supposed to do. So let's go back here. This is where we did it. Here. So this is what we're supposed to log in with. Let's close all of these, right? I'm almost restarting Burp because this is a lot of clicks. A lot of clicks. Click, click, click. And clearing here. Just to have a clear history, right? And then we go back here and we put a new IP. We can do that too. So, and we start with logging in. Carefully looking at the numbers this time, since I wrote something else than I should. So 101. And the password, glitch. There. Then I'm assuming, so we have 2000, we can just transfer 2000. Attempt to exploit the vulnerability by transferring over 2000. I didn't read I just checked the fat text. So now we know. Now we can transfer how much we want. It doesn't have to be 2000. Because that was odd, right? So we're supposed to do it 211, right? So let's repeat the same, because that might be the exact thing they want, right? You never know what the track means. So let's do 500, because that's what we did. Let's transfer. And this one I had the correct account number. So let's go here and look at the transfer. With the correct numbers, it's redirecting, but we just want to send this to repeater. But let's go back and check the account. So F5 this. now we've lost 500 there, as we're supposed to. And it's supposed to have gone into the right account. So, here we have it in the repeater. So let's duplicate it so we have 10 again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're keeping the same requests. And I did it 10 times again. I'm like, why? I will see. I'll do 9 times in this. I thought it, you know. I didn't do it though. So, clicking all the tabs. There. We could put a name to it. And then we're going to select to send these in parallel. And then we're going to send them in parallel. And hope that it works this time. So we go back here. And we update. And we get a flag. So, there. Won the race. And we got minus 3,500. You never know if they want the exact same thing, right? So let's open this room. I don't think I will click finished on this one, because I want it to be there still. Where balances shift and numbers soar, look for an entry and open door. Yeah. So we're supposed to find something else here. But not right now. So the race conditions room. So we see them sending several messages. So it seems to be a very web application. So let's put this one in our Teacham one. I think I want to do this kinda soon. And let's look at this page too. And I will save this one, I think. So we can see which ones have these, right? Because the other one I took a note of. I have a notepad file on my desktop, or a text file on my desktop. Before we get started with something else, I'm thinking I'm going to go, what was it my kid wanted? He wanted me to make some food. So while I do that, we can TTS this text, right? So it seems like quite a long article. I won't be able to scroll these for you, but we can listen to it while I get some food, and it's kind of new too. And I think I might have him on LinkedIn. Let's see here. So I've definitely seen his stuff before. So we just click this button and it will TTS it.
That actually work.
And
James Kettle, Director of Research at Albinaux.
we can do this.
Published August
No, it can't get bigger.
10 UTC. 2. Updated November 18, 2024 at 8:32.
I'll go and get my kids some food and I'll be back. So
Websites are riddled with timing oracles eager to divulge their innermost secrets. It's time we started listening to them. In this paper, I'll unleash novel attack concepts to coax out server secrets including mask misconfigurations, blind data structure injection, hidden routes to forbidden areas, and a vast expanse of invisible attack surface. This is not a theoretical threat. Every technique will be illustrated with multiple real-world case studies on diverse targets. Unprecedented advances have made these attacks both accurate and efficient. In the space of 10 seconds you can now reliably detect a sub-millisecond differential with no prior configuration or lab conditions required. In other words, I'm going to share timing attacks you can actually use. To help, I'll equip you with a suite of battle-tested open-source tools enabling both hands-free automated exploitation, and custom attack scripting. I'll also share a little CTF to help you hone your new skill set. Want to take things further? I'll help you transform your own attack ideas from theory to reality, by sharing a methodology refined through testing countless concepts on thousands of websites. We've neglected this omnipresent and incredibly powerful side channel for too long. This research paper accompanies a presentation at Black Hat USA and DEF CON. You can also read this white paper in a print-friendly PDF format. Outline. 1. Background. 2. Making timing attacks that work everywhere. 3. Answering difficult questions. Making timing attacks local. Making timing attacks feasible. 4. Hidden attack surface. 5. Discovery overload. The hardest problem. Proving the concept. 6. Server-side injection. 7. Blind SQL. Blind JSON injection. Blind server-side parameter pollution. 8. Reverse proxy misconfiguration. 9. Scoped SSRF. Firewall bypass. Hidden destinations. Front-end rule bypass. Front-end impersonation. 10. Research roadmap. 11. Defense. 12. Takeaways. Background. Web timing attacks are notorious for two things: making big promises, and failing to deliver. Examples are often theoretical, and even where a technique is dubbed practical, everyone knows it'll stop working as soon as you try to apply it outside a lab environment. This reputation might be why we've ignored a huge opportunity. My first foray into researching timing attacks yielded results firmly in the theoretical bucket. For my second attempt, I started by looking back over attacks that I'd successfully applied in the wild, alongside others that I'd read about. From the top, these are examples of 1. Cross-site search. 2. Username enumeration. 3. A probe for potential race conditions. 4. A lab-proven attack. 5. A theoretical attack that would be absolutely amazing, if it actually worked. In the hunt for novel techniques that work in the wild, I focused on the divide between the two categories, which is massive. Timing attack research is often focused on a single target, but this constrains its real-world value. I wanted techniques that could be applied to arbitrary live targets. To ensure my new attack concepts met this standard, I validated them on a testbed of 30,000 live websites. Based on BeepScope and Rapid7's Project Sonar DNS database, the test platform was a 20 GB Burp Suite project file containing every known website with a bug bounty program. Before this research, the smallest time gap I'd personally exploited was 30,000 ms. Now, it's 200 ms. This was made possible by massive advancements in timing attack accuracy, and enables multiple powerful new techniques. 3 key attack techniques stood out as providing valuable findings on a diverse range of live systems: discovering hidden attack surface, server-side injection vulnerabilities, and misconfigured reverse proxies. In this paper, I'll explore each of these in depth. Making timing attacks that work everywhere. All 3 techniques are now available in Perm Miner, so, if you wanted to, you could stop reading and try them out right now. The true value of this research comes from understanding that it doesn't stop here. These are just a sample of what's possible. Timing attacks can take you almost anywhere, but to grasp this potential, we need to start from the beginning. Let's have a closer look at the key factors that real-world timing attacks live or die by, and how to overcome them. In this section, I'll show how to make timing attacks local, portable, and feasible. Answering difficult questions. It's easy to assume that all web timing attacks are exploits, but this is a mistake because it limits your thinking around potential applications. At their core, web timing attacks are simply about answering difficult questions, ones that can't be answered by observing the server's response. I started this research by attempting a timing-based exploit on password resets. It went badly, but nicely illustrates the gap between theory and reality. Many websites implement password resets by storing a secret token in their database and sending the token in a link to the user's registered email address. When the user clicks the link, the website compares the user-supplied token with the one in the database. Under the hood, string comparisons typically compare one character at a time until they either finish the string or encounter a non-matching character pair. This means that the more characters match, the longer the comparison takes. In this illustration, we're using 2 HTTP requests to ask the question: does the database contain a password reset token starting with D70? The server is taking 1 second to compare each character, so by comparing the response times, an attacker can tell that the token starts with D70 rather than D7F. Unfortunately, the actual time to compare each character is somewhere in the realm of 5 nanoseconds, or 0.0005 seconds. Good luck exploiting that. Noise vs signal. The success of every timing attack comes down to 2 competing variables: signal and noise. Signal refers to the size of the timing difference you want to detect, and noise refers to everything else that affects the response timing. If the signal is too quiet relative to the background noise, you won't hear it. For an attack that actually works, you need to maximize the signal and minimize the noise. The rest of this section is focused on how to do this. Note that this equation does not include number of measurements. You can attempt to cancel out noise by taking repeated measurements, but this approach scales poorly. Once noise heavily outweighs signal, you'll quickly need billions of measurements, resulting in an attack that takes so long the target will probably be decommissioned before it's complete. You can split noise into two parts: network noise, jitter, and server noise, internal jitter. Network jitter is the variation in latency, the time taken for a packet to get to a target system and back again. It's the classic nemesis of remote timing attacks. When someone sees a timing attack demonstrated against a local system and says that'll never work on a remote system, they're basically saying that network jitter is going to make the attack impossible. 5 years ago, this might have been true. Making timing attacks local. In 2020, timeless timing attacks showed that you could fully eliminate network jitter from measurements using HTTP/2. You could place two HTTP/2 requests into a single TCP packet, ensuring they arrive at the server simultaneously. Then you could look at the order the responses arrive in, inferring which took longer to process on the server. This single discovery eliminated the biggest source of noise and shifted the boundaries of what's detectable. There's just one small catch: the sticky request order problem. At the HTTP/2 layer, the two requests are completely concurrent, but the underlying TLS data is a stream, so one request is still first, i.e. one will be fully decrypted before the other. If you try this technique out, you'll notice that websites show a significant bias towards answering the first request first. This bias probably stems from multiple factors, including the time it takes to decrypt the second request and resource availability. Unfortunately, this can mask the delay that you're trying to detect.
Yeah. This really woke my memory up. I remember where I saw talk by him, right? On YouTube. So we could really read that later, but let's just go YouTube. And I think that will probably be okay. So this is what I was seeing. So he's explained it, you know, talked it instead. So let's. This might be where they got the inspiration, right, for the Track Me.
Now, welcome to Listen to the Whispers.
So
first off, I'd like
I'll just pause it and I'll send the link in chat. So, and I saw you there, Panda, in YouTube chat. So what icon is that? Or emote? Anyway, so I saw this probably a few weeks ago. Clean the soldering tip. So I'll put this on my read list. Read it thoroughly more, you know. But I'm thinking we won't test the rest, since it was kind of a long article, right? And there's images too, so it's not good for doing that. The thing is, what should we do now, right? We can do the Raspberry Pi thing, we can do the rotor thing, we can clean the room. So I did clean that part, right, on stream, only. So now we have moved more stuff, so it's a bit messy again. But I guess that's life, right? I'm just thinking, what project is the most like fun for now? If we look at the here, so what we've done recently, here's when I was cleaning. Let's just see if this one is doing its thing. When we looked through these before, we saw also the make a Raspberry Pi into, like, you know, what's that thing called that Hack 5 has? You know what I mean, right? Turtle. I don't know. They have so many animals. No. No, that's not the one. Oh, whatever. I don't want to hop through all the tabs here again. But we have the rotor here. Yesterday we started with the Raspberry Pi, so we have this. I'm thinking that if we do this, we will use the microscope's HDMI instead, so we don't kill this camera. I'll just connect this to something else than this, because every time I plug this into my computer, that camera dies. It took some time to fix it now when I started streaming. I don't know why it did it. I was thinking that if it's all in there when I start the computer, it doesn't matter, right? Because I usually get it running anyway. Very odd. So I can just plug this HDMI in instead of the microscope.
Conquering School Teacher says, best viewers on WebLink. Pandatong says,
What does this device do?
So this is a Raspberry Pi 4 Mini. It's a little computer, and what we put on here is Raspberry Pi OS, and we can plug it in and play with the connectors on the Raspberry Pi. So it has a cable out, and I've never played with a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, so I bought this cable off AliExpress. It's actually a cable, and it's connected to the connector on the board, right? And it's separate. Let's see if I can unplug the cable there. So it's just a cable into this, and so those two parts ship on AliExpress, and you can play with things. And I have never done that, so also means I've never looked for information about it. Let's put it the other way around, right? So if we want to do this, then we would have to, first of all, get a keyboard and mouse for this, right? Because we can't just... That's why we couldn't continue yesterday. So we need a keyboard and mouse, but also we need to learn what these pins, how we interact with them in the Raspberry Pi, right? So we would probably Google, or maybe we could just ChatGPT it. Maybe that's quicker. We could do whatever. Let's just do it instead of thinking too much, right? We also have the rotor to continue with, but I'm thinking this is more festive for Friday. For celebrating is Friday, right? So let's plug this in.
Just do it. Make your dreams come true.
This is experimentation. We have no dreams or thoughts on what it can do yet, at least. So it's plugged into the microscope, meaning I should be able to go to, let's see, I can get a mouse while it's starting. Here. So there we have it. Let's get also a desktop screen up on this one. So I'm going to go get it here in the another window. So let's get desktop, and we getting that thing right. This is what we want. Let's just add it. I'm messing with OBS here while it's starting. Now we need a keyboard. Oh my goodness, right. We have the 4K problem. The 4K problem of this adapter, it can do 4K, meaning it does. Well. I'll just find the right source for the desk so we can see it at the same time, right? So of course it was at the bottom of the list. The second to last on the list of all seeds. There. So there's the Raspberry Pi. We want to see these things too, right? And I shouldn't put my arm on top of it because we have 5 and 3 volts and everything here. I really like to have the microphone on at the same time though. That's why I did that. This is annoying. But in the post office, I have a new USB converter waiting. So hopefully it won't do the same thing as this does. And they kill my camera when I connect it. That one doesn't, so. And that one also has a 4K problem. I should get ones that are only 1080p, so I can limit it. The one that's in the post office is also 4K. But hopefully it's just AliExpress bragging, right? And it's actually 1080. Can we hope for that? Or is that a bad thing to hope for? I'll stop rambling and actually get a keyboard and mouse. It seems like it's far away because used it right the other day. So, and the Raspberry Pi has 2 USB 2s and 2 3s, so let's just use the 2s. So these are the ones we used the other day. So plugging it in over here. So let's change the title of the stream, right? Raspberry Pi. I'm sure I typed all letters there. So now I can type stuff into there. I need a preview though, so let's open up that on the left screen. Though I think I need it like this doesn't help, it's just tiny. It helps a bit. Not really. Before you start using it, there's a few things to set up. Where's the mouse? It's so far to scroll. I will never want 4K. This is horrible. If you're using a Bluetooth keyboard or mouse. Country. My goodness. Seriously, people. So I know I cheated before. Let's cheat again. So we do have OBS here, right? Meaning I can just I can change the settings for this, hopefully. It's actually set to the resolution of 1920 1080. And still we get this. That's annoying. Configure video. So it is set to be that. Okay, I'll try to read it. It says UK. We're not in UK. It's mostly bright lighter, right? So I've never used the Raspberry Pi first. We don't want Swedish. My god. Come on, I want to click this. Can't I change the language? Okay, so currently Raspberry Pi OS is not okay. So I'll have to select another country to be able to... But I want my right time zone. Oh, there's a check mark. Use English language. Thank you. That's nice. And there's a use keyboard, and there's no keyboard selection. So we'll see if it does Swedish keyboard, which is what I have. So I'm sorry that it's tiny. It's so tiny I can't see it myself. I can hardly see it. Anyway, while we wait for that thing, let's see here. It's already got something else up. I know. I'm just messing with this so I can have a preview up even if I change my screen or my scene. There. So now it's up as a secondary. That's good. So my goodness. Create user. You need to create a user account to log into your Raspberry Pi. Username can only contain lowercase characters. So let's call it Fixit, right? For now. And let's have Fixit. This will never be on a network. Fixit. That's a very easy one, hopefully. It's better than Raspberry Pi, right? Wi-Fi network. It's searching for networks. Let it do that. So what are you doing, Panda? Working. So I'll just check my messages. Nothing. It won't find anything. This is kind of odd. So we don't want to skip it. We wanted to find networks. So I'm just answering some messages while we're waiting, and I think we could give up. Is there a way to give this an antenna? We can plug in a good Wi-Fi card. So there. So just my kid's school was wishing him Happy Lucia, which is the day today in Sweden. We put like candles in the hair and walk around dressed as Santa Claus and other stuff, reindeer. So let's give up, right? We don't get anything. So what do we do next? There's no next. There's the wrong mouse. I'm trying to click on. So if we go back and we go next, and there's no list of Wi-Fi, so it's not like we have a connector for anything here. Right, let's plug the network cable in instead. Let's skip Wi-Fi. That's why we have this. So let's go back again, and this time I will probably detect this instead, right? So let's do next. Choose browser. Firefox. To uninstall the unused browser. Well, it can be there, I guess. So this is an 8 gig card, SD card. I think it's an 8 gig, yeah. Update software will now be checked and updated. That's why we plugged in the network cable. Come on. So, while it's checking for updates, we're going to hop over here, and now I still have it up on my screen because I use it as the preview is what I'm previewing. Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi cable connections. Oh, I misspelled it. Let's click the one that's correctly spelled. So no, this is nothing. And also we maybe want some images to see what they really mean. We want this connector and the cable from there. Nothing else. So here we can see a camera connected. So here we're going the right way, right? This is the cable, but not the right thingy. We want to do our own stuff with it. So here's a Raspberry Pi cable. That's what I've got. So here they're connecting stuff. But also I don't want a video, right? Is this not a video? Here they're doing stuff. And this is what we have. Let's see if that has any links or anything. Raspberry Pi projects. And we have a few ones. We can start with these. But this is exactly what we have here too. So there might be links to like projects or more information about the pinout. We could type pinout in the search too, right? So let's do pinout. And here we have the pins. What I'm mostly interested in is actually how do we access these pins from within the Raspberry Pi? And the Pi is going installation still here, so you know. But these are always nice. This is Raspberry Pi's page, their own. Here's information. Let's click a few of these. Here's the 4, specifically the one we have. Arduino forum. They're talking about it too. So we got a lot of info on the pinout. So let's add like project. So projects that have a pinout in them, kind of thing. But before we look at any of that, I'm just gonna click this and start looking at what this is. So they're using these straight there. Since we have it in a nice box here, we don't want to do that. So we have a very nice box, so it's cooling down nicely. It's also not flying around or getting very dusty or whatever, you know. So let's click this. How do we access these pins? And I would really prefer a normal Debian or something, right, on the Raspberry Pi. But since I haven't used, I've only used Kali on it so far. Because the first thing we did was to scan for, we put the Wi-Fi card in manage mode and stuff. That's the first thing we did, and scan for networks. That kind of thing. Kind of what we did yesterday with the phone. How to connect it up. And why connect? Advantages of serial USB. You won't need extra keyboards, mouse, or external display attached. Oh, okay. So they're connecting TTL to it. Yeah, I could have read the image here. It's TX RX. So if you want it, this is a Pi 2 too, it says. So that's why they only have those connected. So you get a terminal when you connect it, of course. A running screen. Yeah, we're not interested in this. So that would explain how they use the pins, right? We don't want to use them like that. We want to use them to connect something else. Maybe we want to connect a sensor or something, right? And get some data in. And now I would really like to read what the pin out is. So let's go to one of these. Let's go to the one that's actually Raspberry Pi. This on Raspberry Pi Com. So B indicates the presence of an Ethernet port. A indicates lower cost model. So GPIO 26 pin, GPIO header 40 pin. So ours has a 41. So now we're getting to the pin out stuff here. That image should be in this page, so it's kind of a long page though. Let's just click here. until we find something interesting. So there seemed to be a lot of information in this page. Let's see. So yeah, I thought so. It hops it's just one file or document or whatever, right? And it just hops to the stuff. What we want to do is GPIO boot mode. What's that? Pin assignments. Okay. And it's also talking, but only on the 3B there. GPIO and the 40 pin header. So this was better than scrolling, right? You can find a 40 pin GPIO on all current Raspberry Pi boards. 254 pitch. So in here we can see it without reading on the board. So, oh, this is quite pretty, right? So let's actually make notes on Raspberry Pi. Why not? So I could do this. So now you're actually looking at my preview of the other view. So that's easier for me to do actually than to find the bottom at the bottom. Switch into the right screen. So it is up to date now. So let's restart it. What we did yesterday is to measure the voltages, so we are sure that it's correctly connected to the Raspberry Pi. So we measured that we had 3.3 volts here and 5 volts here against the ground connection. And it was correct. So it is these things that says here, they're correct. So I'm assuming I could quite easily put the resolution down to 1080p now, so we don't have to get blind from reading to tiny text. So I do have some food here. I'm like, do I have something on my nose? No, it's just dirt on my screen. I should remove that thing. I need some kind of wipe for my screens. I haven't cleaned them since I got them, and they're not new. Also, by doing it this way, I can see actually my... Oh, you will have like a double camera on there though. But hopefully it's not visible. There will be a double shadow of the camera and stuff. So it's taking this screenshot of the already one that has the camera and the clock and the chat, and then it's putting them on top again. So there. Let's actually remove the desktop for now so we can see the full thing. I will definitely... I should have like a magnifying glass instead here. This doesn't really help because it's too tiny. So I can't see anything. So let's see. We want definitely preferences. We only want preferences. And we want screen configuration. And we want to be able to see something. What? Oh gosh, I'm like feeling blind. I can't see these tiny things. So it's 4K on a 1080p monitor. So preferences and screen configuration didn't do anything. Let's just search. Let's Google it. This is the most important thing we need to be able to see, right? Raspberry Pi. Pi 4B. Change 4K to 1080. So where on earth? I'm typing on the Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi 4B. Change from 4K to 1080p. Force 1080p on 4K monitors. It's not the monitor that's 4K, it's a converter that can handle 4K. Oh my god. If it was this easy, do they think they would ask? We'll show you a list of outputs you have. I'll just click the terminal on the Raspberry Pi here. And the good thing with this is that this is a terminal, right? So we should be able to set the font size. So the letters are like 3 millimeters big, it feels like. It hurts my eyes. It so hurts my eyes. And normally, the only thing that's big, by the way, normally I have 24 on stream. Let's do 30 and do OK and make this big. This is better. My eyes feels like now there are tiny details that we can survive, but it's still too tiny with 30. So we need more size. Let's go 40. And then we can't see anything when it's getting there. So let's do X. I know I've done this by the way before. I'm now typing on the wrong keyboard again. It says do this to list all the resolutions. So yeah, connected. It thinks it's 700 millimeters, the screen. With 4K on it. So it's not really what it is. It's not 70 centimeters. And it's not 4K. So X render. For HDMI 1 and X. Minimum 1616 it says, by the way. This is kind of cool. Look. Minimum what it can do in characters is 1616. Or pixels is 1616. And it's currently at 3840 times 2160. And the maximum is 32,000. Sometimes 32,000. Oh, that's so funny. How blind would I have been, felt, if that was what we were doing? So let's actually read what they say. Code select all will show you the list of outputs you have. Example from my current. For HDMI 1 and HDMI X, you can add below to command line.txt. The output name is HDMI AX. Replace X with the correct numbers. And we already saw that on the screen settings there. Add them all to the beginning of your kernel command line. So the kernel command line, how do I change that? In case you have other output names as well. Do the same for them. So that didn't say enough, right? So this is the same, right? Yeah. Let's put this in Notepad. I was on the right keyboard, but I wasn't on the right keyboard, so copy. There, and we're going to change this to 0 because it is 0, and we don't know where to put it though. Let's do this. There. That's what we know so far. Well, also the beginning. Video equals. Okay, so we just need one of them. Beginning of kernel command line. This is weird, but Thunder won't work. It will just freeze. Okay, so it worked for us. Config TC is only for the RPI firmware. A 0 effect on the desktop version. So so this wasn't useful. Well, it was. We could just continue asking. We could do Raspberry Pi. How to edit the kernel command line. Open the door. Isla. Vill du göra nya? Jag kommer. I'll just go help my kid for a bit. I'll be right back. Let's put this one up. There.
blind brother, I'm a dumb fuck. There's 9 paragons and I'm missing 3. I forgot one of the ones that I had.
Oh, sorry. Helped my kids with some ice cream, so I had to get some myself too. So it's, I think the chocolate ice cream is too sweet, or the ice cream is too sweet, so I have cacao in a lot of it. Chocolate. Hmm. There. So, this is just slow and easy, relaxed, finding out how this works, right? So let's look here. This is a question, so let's not look at that. Cat boot firmware command line txt. But we just had someone saying that that doesn't help. Why wouldn't it though? It will need to boot even if it's doing. Let's try it. So sorry, using the wrong mouse. So we can just cat it first too. The only thing that's the right resolution is because we have 40 points text. Boot. Firmware. And we'll have to put this in notes, otherwise we will have to redo it again. So, yeah. So let's assume we have Nano. And we can edit it. Let's remove the desktop image there. So console. Let's actually also remove the camera so I can see it all. So the one we have, the thingy we're going to add, we put in Notepad here. So we're supposed to have a video. This is what we want. And here we have console, serial, and console TTY, meaning we can also use serial for it. And that serial was on these pins. So it's good to know the default there. 115, 200. Then we have root FS type, FSCK repair, root width, quiet, splash. Yeah, so we saw the end there, that we want to put it at the start, which is what we have in our notes. So let's just type this here. So we want video, colon. Where did I get the colon from? It's later. It's later. HDMI A 0. And let's confirm this again, because we could see this when we tried the graphical version, which I can't see this really, right? So let's go to screen configuration. And it says, oh, it's A1. So HDMI A1. We must use 1 then. This seems to be the right thing. Let's do 1. Here's the colon. And then we have 1920 times 1080 M at 60 D. So I changed that to 1, and I hope that's correct, because when we run the command before to check the number, it says screen 0. So oh no. We can't edit it, that's why it's not saving it. Oh well. Yeah, I kinda knew that. So let's Control Exit again, save. Yes. Can we do TXT2? Yes. Yeah, I thought so. So we need to just no, and then we will run this again with sudo and hope that we have this permission by default. Yeah, I thought so. We don't have any other passwords. And there seem to be space in between the different commands there, so HDMI A1. It still says 0 in my notes. 1920 1080 M at 60D. So confirming it's correct again. Every character, we don't want it to mess up the boot. So it looks correct. Now we should be able to save that. So I guess we just exit and try and restart this thing. I'm assuming Alt F4 would work though, right? Log out. Let's Alt F4 it. Why make it harder for myself, right? Alt F4 must work. No? Nothing? There. Control Alt Delete did it. Shut down. It's first shut down since what got its SD card. This SD card. It's been doing other stuff. So it's off. So now we're going to cycle the power for it here. Off, on. There I can see power on of the RD45 lights going on. So I shouldn't forget the ice cream, right? It will melt. Looky. So, what do you think about the resolution? I think it's still tiny, right? I don't think it did anything. So we had a comment saying this file won't work when you go in UI. I'm very happy right now that I'm more comfortable with the command line than with the GUI stuff. I'm trying to click this. Will it do a double click here? That's my only problem with Kali, that it doesn't do that. The only one. I don't have any other problems with it. Okay, it's slow, and I have to use the right mouse. So we have 2 more. So using mouse on this is not nice because I have to move it so long. Anyway, now we can type. So it remembers history, I'm assuming. So let's instead cd to boot firmware and see what's there. There's something called boot code, command line, config. Let's look at the config one. So display auto detect. So we want to set the display, not get it auto detected. I don't think it will work fine to just change it, right? So what was the file name? Config.txt. Oh, whatever. Let's continue looking, right? So maybe we could just put this line in here. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing. Well, that works for the TTI, and the display doesn't seem to be stretched. Yay. But the graphical login in desktop still does 1080. I think I will need to configure Xorg separately. That needs to be set from screen configuration or manually in config Wavefire ini. So we have a name for a file. Let's go back there and let's cd. So we hopped over here. So I'm thinking config is not here, or is it? Is it this config? We're not logging in, were we? Yeah, we were. Well, let's try. There's two of them. Wavefire. We don't have that file. So Wavefire ini. So we just create a file. This is what it looks like in one of my installs. I don't trust this. So I've been avoiding ChatGPT because it's cheating, right? So I wanted to try the other way, but let's see if it can do this. I have a Raspberry Pi 4B. I connect with a 4K HDMI to USB and get 4K view on my 1080p screen. What do I need to change to make it 1080p? Always. No auto detect. So to force the Raspberry Pi 4B to output 1080p resolution, disable auto detection. Follow these steps. Edit this config.txt file, which is what we just did, but we didn't add these. Add or modify these lines. CEA TV resolutions, HDMI mode. Control-0, enter. So Control-SX is much quicker. It's much the best way to save it. No. I was like, what? Control-0? What's that? So let's go back and edit the yeah, so I was in the right file. It was a new file that we looked at that I found. Okay. That's good. So, but we would have needed to add other things than we could guess. So let's hope it just works. Okay. Yeah, I switched directories. I'm just going to the very start of this. There. We just do that. And then enable audio. And I saw this value, you know, with the display auto. That's why I used those words. Am I blind? Yeah, display auto detect, right? So I'm kind of thinking we're supposed to remove that one. But let's type the new stuff here. So HDMI underscore force hot plug equals 1. Sounds odd. HDMI group equals 1. So I don't care, we haven't done anything with this one except for changing the font size in the terminal. Otherwise it's just a clean new Raspberry Pi SD image that we could make a new one in. Whatever it takes to burn 8 gig memory, right? So if these settings are wrong from ChatGPT, I don't feel I need to double check them or anything. Though we will ask about the option that's already there, right? So there is a value present in the file. Oh gosh, typing on the wrong keyboard. Oh, that's so annoying. Right, you didn't see me do that either, did you? Because I was hopping back. So sometimes I switch only on the switch screen and I don't actually click, so I type on something new, but now it's an actual keyboard I need to move to, right? So what I need to do is also let's enable the desktop so you can see how hard it is to type here. And we click here. Alright, you can't see that there anyway. Whatever. So there's a value already there. Now I can't see it because I scrolled. Display auto detect equals 1. Oh my god, I don't really care if I misspell, but that was advanced misspelling, right? And I just thought I'd do that. That was why we did that. Display. Should I change that? So yes, you should modify if you want to disable automatic resolution detection. Change it to 0. The setting combined with the directives will ensure your Raspberry Pi outputs 1080 consistently. Making any changes. Let's see if I can reboot the USB. So let's change it. That's kind of the first guess, of course, but still. It's good to confirm stuff. hide into soda again. Fuffin, whatever. So we can copy stuff, right? Let's hope it would save that, because I was stupid and didn't do sudo. Let's go down. No, I didn't. I have to retype. It's not that problematic. HDMI first. Hot plug. It's mostly that it's like an uncomfortable position to be typing. You should probably sit better. Equals 1. HDMI group equals 1. And HDMI mode equals 16. There. Now we should be able to access it. And I'm just gonna go in there again to confirm. So let's just, I'm just gonna kill it because that's quicker, right? And my ice cream is melted. Melted ice cream. Let's hope. It must work. Okay, come on now. Whoa. I don't think it worked. For 2 seconds there I thought that my other mouse pointer, this one, was in here. So let's go back and complain to ChatGPT. That didn't help. Didn't work. I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. It didn't work. I don't think it's the HDMI port matters. Let's hope that my hobby calls are a bit about food. So let's see. Actually, right, we can do another Advent of Cyber today if we want to. We could. because there's a weekend coming. And I won't be streaming then, so if I don't do 2 today, we'll have extra 3 ones Monday. I'll just send my hubby a message. So let's go for the settings again then. And this time I only click once, click, and I wait. Okay, that was quicker actually. So it's even waxy. So we're going to add stuff. So how come those were the only ones in the history now? This is quite interesting. I didn't remember that we actually added another file. Well, whatever. Oh, that's why. I used the button, right? So it's still open, the file, though we have restarted it totally. So let's go out of here. What if we do like sudo fg? There's nothing like that. So I'm thinking let's just kill all processes, but I don't really care if this is neat and nice. We can mess with it later. So we want to edit it even though someone else is editing it. And we want to add a line. Let's see. Force hot plug group 16. So they're just, it's adding a line here called disable overscan. So I'm kind of feeling we should check what people say instead of ChatGPT now, but so which HDMI are we using? Just let me double check if there's like signs on them. It says use 0, otherwise add this line, right? So, but we kinda knew we were using 1, so no, we're using 0. It's only called 1. Let's skip that for now and let's see what it says more. Verify bootloader and firmware. So we just updated it when we installed it. Yeah, so I know if this were to output 1080, we would get 1080 because that's what the microscope does. So it's not the converter, it can't upgrade the signal. Yeah, I'm not happy with ChatGPT. We could just also do the same thing, you know, again. Or Google better. So let's save the new line. Unsure if I actually edited it correctly, so I'm going in again. Disable overscan, and all the other words seems to be spelled correctly too. So Control Alt Delete and reboot. It sounds kind of crazy that it would still be editing a file after having restarted. It's odd, right? I should move it instead next time. So we can move this over here or something. So we can still see stuff. Wrong keyboard. No, it's not moving. Whatever. What else? So we're still in the tiny world. Let's ignore that for a bit, right? Because this is not really what we were going for. Our real purpose, right, is... I'm just gonna quickly check if there's anything in the hit we already checked. No. So this is what we're really going for. Let's make notes on Raspberry Pi and its hardware connection interface. GPIO. Yes, I made this before. I just cut a few things from the wiki because, my God, I how long have I known UART? But you don't know the words, right? What is actually what the words are. So no Wi-Fi today, that was yesterday. Today we do hardwares. I guess we do a Raspberry Pi here. Which keyboard am I typing on? Raspberry Pi. This is going to annoy me a lot. So let's actually put this to the side when I'm not using it. The cable underneath the mouse cable, because it can still be there. Well, there. Now let's put this closer. Now I can actually type easier. And this is a bit slightly warm now. The aluminum case, it's no longer very cold. So Raspberry Pi, new note, I guess GPIO, right? And let's do Raspberry Pi 4B because that's what we're looking at. And this connector also shows us a 2, 3, and 4, and A plus B plus has this connector, right? So let's copy that and paste it here. And this will tell us the basics. We have 3.3, 3.3, 5.5, and we can clearly see the grounds. And we're not going to change the EEPROM. So those we're not using. And then we have the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I don't see a 12, so 13, 14, 15, 17, 19, 20, 21. I'm actually almost feeling like typing this, right? So why is it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then it's 9, 10, 11, and then there's 13, 14, 15, yeah, there's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. That's the highest one. So is there no 8? No 8 and no 12. So then I'm guessing this is 8 and this is 12. But we're not using them, right? Or this is 1 and 2 or whatever, you know. It doesn't matter at all. But it's just generally interesting to know. So, oh. Okay, let's reopen that. Okay, let's close it again. So it just hopped to the wrong side. So we also have this image. Can't click that one. So now you can see it a bit better. Here we have a bit more information about the pins. So 2, 3, 4. And we can see more about them. And here we can see that 14 and 50 is TX and RX. And we saw that on an image connected to the computer via just TTL to USB as a way to connect, not have a screen, just have terminal easily. Maybe we should just do that first, right? Let's connect it to TTL. So TTL to USB connection, right? Let's do that first as a first test of actually using them. So my should we unplug this one or should I get another one? I think I actually had one here, right? So this is the one we got in the mail, and that will do. Though we would like pins in one end, right? So we need 3. That's a servo. We got a lot of these too with the latest delivery. I'll just go get some pins and some cables. Laban kanske vill ha både och. Oh, sorry. I talked to my kids so much I forgot to get the keyboard. So we have cables. One gray I found and two with color. I don't know, I think I like to have like, yeah, so it's yellow and green on those two. I like to have those colors on TX and RX cables. I don't know why. Whatever. Let's just plug these in. I would like the microscope now, but since we're using the microscope HDMI for that, let's just see if I can see this. Oh my god, the plastic, you know, it's reflecting the light. So yellow. I really can't see this. So this means I'm gonna zoom. Okay. So we have TX, and then it looks like it's probably saying RX there, right? TX, RX. 3.3 volts, TX. I can't read ground, and 5 volts. So this must be the RX. Even though I can't really. It's just a mess. It must be RXD there. So TX, RX, ground. Meaning ground is a gray. There. Come on. And we have these, doesn't matter which is which, as long as we switch it for the other connector side. Right. So as these were very nicely put, right, we should put this of course in the breadboard, not just having it like this. So these were useless because I made new cables. So well, let's put it over here. And we remember TX, RX, ground, that's the important thing. Let's just check. Maybe I should have checked before. If it's correct, we can just put it there, you know. It's actually ground, TX, RX. Do you realize what that means? If we didn't have the other pins, we could have just put it there. But we do have the other pins. So I'll just put it over here. There. And we have TX, RX, ground. So I just made a few long ones. Here's a orange one. So I can see it says RX here. So I'm putting RX into TX there. And then let's do TX into RX. And then we have ground. It actually took a photo. Why? So why is it taking photos? That's interesting. So let's see here. RX, TX, ground, and we knew that was TX, RX, ground. So, a little bit of dirt here. that I know that came from. There. So. So, if we were to kill it, and I'm gonna pull the cable out for HDMI. We don't have anything. We only have this. Oh my, let's connect it. We need a USB cable. So let's get a USB cable. Let's connect it to the computer. Here, we have the computer. So we have USB computer, USB to new from AliExpress. TTL. Thank you, Ben.
L2Coda Linux says Python1:D.
Python, yeah! We must have some Python, right? So we're actually going to use the connector. And the first test we're doing is connecting TTL and seeing if we can just use this to connect. And then I'm going to connect this to first the Kali VM, because this is just Advent of Cyber. So Advent of Cyber. Close. So first of all, the connection. So I have another identical one, but I'm kind of thinking that this one will be separate and we will need to connect it manually there. So now it's connected to this machine, meaning we can use our commands on this machine, and we'll also probably have a new let's see, so my memory doesn't remember the new nice program that we used. So what was it? Also, I need to order pizza. I was talking to my hubby just, he was on his way home. So I'm like, components now, brain think. So we're going to the commands, maybe no, because that's a CFE one. So info, here's where I put the logs, and here's what we used. So Minicom, yeah, so we used Minicom. Then of course we first need to check the ID, but I'm kind of certain it will be TTY USB 1, right? So we don't really need to do that. We can just use Minicom. And as we have our nice Kali, as soon as I typing in notes, undo, there. So as soon as I type mini here, we will have our full line. Let's actually go into a directory. So let's do make dir pi and cd pi. And here we'll run the command minicom, and I'm assuming 1 here, and since I haven't connected much stuff, and we'll do 1 as the log name, and cannot open. Okay, so I was assuming wrong. Let's check the basic stuff then. Let's first LSUSB. So it's supposed to be identical. So it is here. It is there. We can see it. And then we do DME SG. Oh gosh, I need both hands. I can't type with one hand like that. Also just arrow, right? So oh, it's got 0 again. So I was totally assuming wrong changing it. It was just 0, 1. I was kind of assuming that since it wasn't the same one, it would have another ID and get a new one. But I'm guessing since they're not connected at the same time, the other one is not connected now. So let's start the Pi. We have on the desk here this little power cable. The red light is on here now on the TTL to USB. So this is just a mouse connected to there. Now we don't even need that. That's so nice. So I don't even know why we installed something graphical on the Pi, because I won't use that, will I? Though we might want to. We might want to. So I do prefer the terminal. I'm revealed as a terminal now. Sorry. But it's nice sometimes to have graphical. Of course it is. It's just so much easier to communicate basic stuff. right? And this is a good first test to make sure that these are as they're supposed to be. So maybe we should pop up. Let's up over here, and we can put the desktop up here so you can see stuff at the same time. And when we start this, we should get some data. And last thing we had connected was a router, so no power. Oh, I shut it down programmatically, or whatever you want to call it, logically. Oh, this one needs glue, it's opening. Power is in. This is in. We can unplug mouse and keyboard for now, just to have it basic. And we have this connected. And I'm like, this is it's alive right now, right? So now I'm like, why? There, we have a light. There's lights. So the box is new. I'm not used to the box. So it is starting. We're not getting anything. I did read in the config file there that it had 115.200 actually. So it should be good. But maybe not then. So what else could we possibly do? So it's still starting. I guess it's not that quick, right? And it is starting GUI stuff. And when I clicked the terminal in the GUI, it was very slow. And also the HDMI does 4K on my 1080 screen, so I was like blind. So that's also why I want terminal much more, rather that than unreadable. So you usually do Pi stuff? So what do you think? Will it ever pop up anything? I've never done this before. Connecting anything to the Pi's connectors. So
John Rosemary says, "Hello, it's Friday."
Hello, it's Friday. Yeah. So I managed to have 3 at the same time of the desktop on my little. Why? Don't ask me. I don't know. Apparently I just added a new one and added a new one until I had 3. So this was a bad first test because it's not working right. I'm used to stuff just working. I'm just deleting these extra desktops. So we have less stuff on this scene there. We also have a microscope here if you wanted to. This is where we connected the HDMI. So let me plug it back in. Making sure it's HDMI and not USB-C here. So there. We can see that it's booted, and we have the desktop there if we want to. Also with the full desktop in the corner. So the desktop is everywhere. It's a virus. Am I blind? I have to preview this now. It did do it. Do you realize what happened? When we booted without the cable connected, we got our default setting of 1080p. So apparently when we boot with the cable not connected, we can get what we want. So we were messing with the settings in the config file, and I thought it didn't work. But this might have been the same. I'm plugging the keyboard and the mouse back in. So this is not the main thing we want to do with this, because if we just wanted a terminal, you know, we could just SSH. We don't need to. As it's on the network, it still has a network cable. We could just SSH to it. We don't need the TTL. But I want to try these. And why is this not working, right? So this just arrived from AliExpress. But I'm assuming it's just simple cables. It's nothing advanced. It would work. These TX and RX are crossed, because this one said TX RX, and there we have RX TX. Getting those glasses again, just confirming that I'm not stupid. So we have RX TX ground, so these all go through. So maybe it would want more, one of the powers too, though that's kind of like, why, right? Yeah, we could put another cable in there. But sending power is always a bit scary, right? Since both this one has it and this one has it. So if we were to send this from the computer to here, this is not connected. Actually, let's unplug it, because I don't want it to convert to 3 on the other side. So, and then we get, so the screwdrivers keep being in the way here. So let's put these in, and let's also put the ground, right? So whatever, where did I put it? Just throw it back here. There's the black one. So into the same ground as this, and into the ground here. Oh my, how hard can it be? There. So, and then we measure from that to that. Let's turn it on before we start it, so we can see it is 0, and then we plug it in here. Now we have 3.5. So apparently I plugged it into the 3.5. The other side, I should have 5 volts. So if we plug this side in instead, should have 5 volts there. So there you can see better. So 5 volts on this side, and kinda 3.3 on this side. And if we were to measure these, so let's go with the ground one here, and I think this is the 3, this is the 5 volts probably, 5, and on this side we have 3, and the next one is also 3, right? So this is what we have in the notes. So where did the Pi notes go? We just made them. We started them. So why do I have a hardware in the hardware? Because I had 2 different hardwares, I think. So Raspberry Pi, it's not even opened because it's new. So here we can see the connectors. We have the 2 5 volts on this side here. So it's supposed to be another 5 there. So this one, this is actually 2 then. This is not 3.3, this is 2. Then we have another ground, a few down. So let's see. There. That's ground. Well, let's put this one up on the side a bit. Alright, and you can't really see that. Whatever. Whatevs. We could also just measure on these. So I'm thinking maybe we should paint something over these so you don't just put your hand on it like I did before with the arm, though I didn't get feel anything. But yesterday when we got started with this, so here's ground, here is 3.3. I can just see something point something there. It's dark too. Why didn't I turn on the light? So there, you can see a bit better. So all of these pins, these IO pins, if you happen to know how to use them from Raspberry Pi, the operating system, I'd like to know, because I've never done this before. This is new. I just got this in the mail, as I said. So we know the pins, we know how to connect stuff to pins, and we have some more information about the pins, but we haven't got a way yet to reach them from the machine. And we could just unplug these. We have no real need for TTL. This was just to see, maybe this was the easiest test, right? And since we didn't get anything, we can try it later when we know more, if we want to. But there's no purpose for it, as we have SSH much easier, without less wires and everything. So we haven't activated it though. So cable away, and I can go in there. So these images, we got them from Raspberry Pis. This kind of failed. Well, let's just say failed, right? Test later. So we could see easily where the TX and RX are here, and that RX is on this side and TX on this side. Here we have you can see it says PWM. So we have PWMs here. So anything else that's obvious? CLK, something clock, something else clock. But they're also normal pins, right? Let's look at their page again. So it was a bit tiny here. General purpose input output header on all current Raspberry Pi boards. And there's so many things you can't see anything, right? So I just put that up for fun. That might be interesting. But it also might be in the way. I don't know. Can be configured either as general purpose. General purpose will input, output, or one of up to 6 special alternate settings, the functions of which are pin dependent. So the GPIO pin numbering scheme is not numerical order. 0 and 1 are present on the board. Physical pins 27 and 28, but are reserved for advanced use. So, outputs. A GPIO pin designated as output pin can be set to high, 3.3 volts, that we noticed, right? We had 3.3 on one pin, or low, 0. So this is good data. So what is high and what is low, right? This is very important. We don't want to send it more than that. So high equals 3 volts, low equals 0 volts, right? Good to know. And a pin designated as input pin can be read as high or low. Now this is made easier with the use of internal pull-up or pull-down resistors. Pins GPIO 2 and 3 have fixed pull-up resistors. So this is good to know too. But the other pins are configured in software. Okay. We need to know these things. So let's put a dot at the end of that. View a GPIO pinout for your Raspberry Pi. Can be accessed on your Raspberry Pi by opening terminal window and running the command pinout. The tool is provided by GPIO0 Python library, which is installed by default. Now we know a way where we possibly can access it through this. This is a good thing. So we can just set and read stuff via Python, because it's a pre-installed Python library. So Python access. This is really the main point what I was looking for. Now we can just test stuff from this. But we'll continue reading because there might be other important data like this, right? So we need to know a bit about the hardware, more about the software. So if we hop to this one again, let's get the mouse. So I will have to type too. Cables everywhere. So let's move the multimeter to this side, because I'm assuming we'll need it again, right? There. So right. Keyboard needs to fit. So I plugged these in here, but they're not connected to anything anymore. And these are not either, so. But we could at least measure. Let's measure the 3 volts, because that's the normal one, right? So we could actually measure pin, whatever it was, 2, 3, I think 2. So, oh my god, I didn't order the pizza. My family will kill me. So I did that some time ago, right? It took them 1 hour and more than 20 minutes, I think. Hallå, jag skulle vilja beställa en quattro stagioni, en kebabpizza utan grönsaker, En pizza med bara ananas. Och nu ska vi se. Jag kan ta en capricciosa också. Ja, det är bra så, tack. Och gärna pizzabröd. Och har ni typ cola eller så? Men vi kan ta det, tack. En sån där stor flaska. Ja. Ja, tack så mycket. Och hemkörning. Yes, tack. Hey. I almost feel stupid now asking them to drive it home, you know, because it's... I think you might have heard me saying it took a long time. But about the driving home delivery, we always do that, and they kind of remember us, you know. It's not like we order there a lot or anything. At least every second week, you know. There. So it's not like I have to say where I live. Yeah. So we're actually measuring here. Let's see if I can actually read this. I want the microscope, but the same issue my reader is connected to that. We'll just check the pinout. And with the pinout, that's what we were going to do. But let's make sure that we have keyboard too. Right? So very pretty here. So I'm going to type stuff, right? Otherwise it'll be hard to get anything into Python. A pie with Python, isn't that like pretty? Alright, and this popped up. It's time to do the next day in Advent of Cyber things. No, it's 19 and that's when it does it. So GPIO 0, a simple interface to GPIO devices with Raspberry Pi. So now I want to read the code for this. Component interfaces are provided to allow a frictionless way to get started with physical computing. So physical computing is the name for this, apparently. So we can just, if we could copy and paste data to the Pi, which we could have if we had a... Yeah, should we set up SSH? I could just copy paste and I don't have to deal with the graphical stuff. We're not going to make a graphical program for the Pi right now, right? So it will be a long time if we ever do that. We would rather do a web interface. I know you've been on for a long time, you can't close down. Let us do it. It will just die anyway. So am I stupid to even use HDMI? We can't use a microscope with HDMI. Could be doing all this through SSH and have a very nice and smooth interface, right? But SSH is not installed, so we have to install it. And I don't think I've done that manually. So let's install SSH Raspberry Pi. And as I said before, I have never actually used a Raspberry Pi OS before. This is the first time. I've always had Kali on it instead. So it is new. Yeah, that's not it. We just want normal remote access. It'll be very simple, you know. It will probably just but I don't even know the Linux family yet. Hi, welcome in. Welcome back. We're gonna add SSH. So probably can click SSH here and see. Yeah, so we know how to use SSH. We just want to enable the SSH server. Oh, we want to do stuff from the terminal. ResPy-config. Interfacing options. Select SSH. So there's actually a program for it there too. I'm not editing a file or anything. Manually. Okay. So we just create a file called SSH. And we have enabled it. We have to do this. Right. I wanna play. Let's hop over to that and click the terminal here with the actual mouse for the Raspberry Pi. And now it's big because I set this font size up for when we had 4K resolution. So well, we're not gonna type a lot, are we? Let's put it like on 30 at least. Because we might happen to boot into 4K again and not see a thing. And that's very annoying. So I couldn't see the OK button either. There. So let's touch the file and reboot and see if we can connect. If it's just all automatic. So touch, boot. We've been in this directory before, boot firmware. That's where we change the graphic resolution setting. Or rather tried to. It didn't work until I disconnected when it was booting the HDMI cable. So SSH. Is this how we do this on a Pi? It will always have SSH installed then, and it's just a setting. And we need to sudo, of course. So let's reboot. But before we do, we just added the file now. It won't change anything until we reboot, right? So I'll delete this preview. So yeah, so we have some data here from the Pi, but we didn't get anything useful. So Control AX. No, wrong keyboard. Control AX. Well, let's just close that terminal. My kid's knocking. 2 seconds. Peace, love. here. Sorry, my kids need help sometimes. So, right, we touched the file. I just wanted to make sure is SSH already up, right? First of all, so you can't see this screen, so I could just I'm going to my firewall on the other screen, and I'm gonna check for the DCP here. So that's not where I see them apparently. Actions though. View leases, yeah. So let's see here. What recent leases do we have? 2157. Galaxy. Let's see. So it doesn't have to be recent, I realized. But economy, that is my god, my brain died. Honeypot machine. We have to finish that. Here I have Raspberry Pi. So we have Raspberry Pi's IP address. So it's 161. 161. So let's go over here. First we need to close down this there. Right keyboard. So then we SSH. We should call it fixit, right? Fixit at 192.168, put 0.161. And this probably won't work, right? Because we haven't enabled it yet. It needs to restart first. So I just close my firewall down so you can't see all my settings and what stuff I have. And I'm assuming that this SSH won't work. So first we need to hop over to, yeah, so it just failed there. So let's hop over to this one. And let's just reboot. And we can say bye-bye to the keyboard, hopefully. I'm putting it to the side for now, so I can type more easily. There. So I'm thinking of putting something on top here. I could just, you know, have, I don't know the English name for like clear paint. I don't know what name for it. Varnish or something? I don't know if it's the same. That's like for wood, right? Let's by the way see my call last time was 70 past. It's not that long. No, that's not for that. 1858, yeah. Oh, I actually got a call that I missed. That I didn't even see. Okay. So it has started. We know it is up. So let's hop over here and run this again. I'm doing arrow up with the wrong screen. So I'm actually doing it on the wrong one now. So this is with just sudo touch boot to firmware SSH on the Raspberry Pi and rebooting. And we know it's up. So connection refused. So I'm kind of thinking, let's just do ping first, right? So I have 2 pies. So we never know. So we're getting host unreachable. I don't think it has ping off by default, right? I'm not gonna switch screens. I'm just gonna look at the screen, open my closed tab. There, and go back to view leases. So what else do we have? I think that's, you know, because the host name is Raspberry Pi for this one. And the date of it is the 13th of January 2025. Meaning it's the 13th today, right? So logical lease length. But I don't know. Well, maybe that time yesterday when we first installed. Maybe that was the time. Or maybe first got it on the network. I can't see it. We have so many units. This is crazy. So I'm going to move this tab to the screen that you can't see, but we'll keep it up. But I don't think I will need it.
Mr. Bragg says, "Good evening. What we are trying to have today. Smile, smile."
Good evening, and sorry for the echo. The power ran out while I wasn't here, so that's why I didn't switch ears. So today we're actually going to make Raspberry Pi do SSH first, because the graphical is too messy and I have to have 2 keyboards. Just a sec, my kid's knocking. Är det pizza? Okay. Yeah, so the pizza arrived. I have to go down and get it.
Pizza kommit. Han got pizza too.
Kommer du ihåg att de hade cola förut? Men det var ju sån här vattnig förstås. Och ingick där. Kan vi kolla på det sen efteråt? Jag flyttade några på tiden. Jag sa att imorgon ska vi fokusera på det är fixen på det där liksom. So there. So I have pizza bread too. So let's see how I can manage this. So what if I pull out a drawer and use this as a table? There. Ah, perfect. So I haven't eaten pizza for a long time now. And when I've eaten pizza, I've had pizza that's like folded over. But now I have ham and mushrooms. So I don't think we managed to enable SSH by the manual way of touching this file. So let's try the next best. So set a Raspi config and there's a menu. Oh, wrong one. I need a bit of preview on this. This is why we didn't unplug these or anything. So, and also I had the cable plugged in, meaning we get the high-res one, 4K. So you have to unplug that when I boot if I don't want it, or reboot. So now I'm just gonna type sudo. Okay.
Oh, I
Click.
just ate Thai food. I ordered myself chicken with cashew nuts, fried rice noodles, vegetables, and moon mushrooms.
Oh gosh,
It was
I'm
too
so
tasty.
envious. I would much rather have Thai food, but my habit was too tired to go by the Thai food place, and these deliver, so that's why we had pizza. Well, all of us, the kids would have wanted pizza anyway. I really would have liked it best. So why can't I type? The keyboard is plugged in. Is it plugged in enough? And the mouse works, but the keyboard doesn't. Oh, something happened there. So I'm gonna unplug it. Take the opportunity to make the cable nicer. Plug it back in. And now we can type. Good. So, sudo raspi config. There. This is good learning, you know, because this raspi config that's on Raspberry Pi OS, I've never used it before. So, we're going to interfacing options for the SSH. SSH, obviously, would you like to enable? Yeah. It's enabled. So, this seems like a much more obvious run, right? So I'm trying to go up there. It's not possible, so if I tab, there, finish. And let's sort of reboot again. And let's hope that we have SSH after this.
Enjoy your
meal. Thank you. So I'm sorry for eating while doing this, but otherwise I'd have to stop. So let's see if we suddenly start getting pings. We could just have this on instead. We'll see. So it's up already, right? So for some reason, maybe the IP is bad. Let's check in the machine, right? I'll have to open the preview up again. So let's just check what IP it has. So I was trying to do it without actually looking. Why, right? Because now I need the mouse again. Wrong keyboard. Okay. So maybe the cable... Oh, okay, the cable popped out. It's not... the plastic piece, you know, it's off. I need to switch cables, but this is a long one, so... Maybe I'll cut it and make a new connector. We could do that now. Maybe we should disconnect the other end first. So if anyone hasn't made a RJ45 connection, we could do it, you know? We can see the IP was correct. It was just a cable loose. So I'm gonna close the preview there. And suddenly we got replies when I plug the cable in, which is nice. And then we can SSH it. Woo! So we did do fix it as a password. Very secure machine, this. So now we don't have to have two keyboards. We don't even, I can just pull this keyboard and mouse out and be happy, right? And the best thing, we can paste Python code in there, right? Instead of just having to read and type on a different keyboard. But I want another pizza slice first. So. So tools away there. So when I pulled off this drawer, I got a bit too thin to walk with a radiator there too, in the middle of the floor. So, right, I didn't even get to LSLA. I'm thinking, now we know we don't have to mess with stuff too much. So what about I switch the places of these? So we put the Raspberry Pi here. And the keyboard here. So I can type much easier. So I don't eat like that kind of food often. So then it was actually good. It was actually good. So I said like just a week ago that I don't think I'll ever eat pizza again, you know? But here I am eating pizza. It's because I tasted my kids' pizza last time. It was actually not just cheese. It had taste. So, we're done with SSH. And let's put this in our notes, right? So, when we do something that we might want to do later again, we want to put it in our notes. And this is a Raspberry Pi. So basic configuration, and I don't know what it's called even. What's the OS called? that I installed. So we did the default one here, recommended. Raspberry Pi OS 64-bit. Right? Raspberry Pi OS. Well, let's do 64-bit. It's definitely the same, right? I can't imagine the commands being different. So let's just.
TMKDK says, are they 64-bit now?
I think they've been for some time. And mine's are 4, so we're on 5 now too, right? Okay, yeah. I guess it's just as good, right? So we want to have enabling SSH. SSG, there's something new. So we just did. I guess I didn't even. This is what we want, right? So, there. That's it. Setting 1080p. We didn't really manage to do this. Research more. It only works when cable is unplugged at boot. So I think it's like star to do cursive, right? And we had this in ChatGPT. No, let's open ChatGPT. ChatGPT. And I actually asked it for LinkedIn text yesterday, but I haven't finished it. So this is what we did. So another knock on the door. Hej gubben. Vad är det gubben? Jag sitter och äter och så. Släpp. So he managed to flip his pizza piece on his table. And partly on his computer. So last week I was trying to get us to watch a movie instead. But if everybody else is by the computer, I might as well continue streaming, right? So, let's see here. So, this is what we did. So, we also tried... So N I don't know if it mentioned it in here. No, because I was saying. So we had other stuff that mentioned. God, this is falling out constantly. Let's by the way, we could actually look, right? So CD boot and CD firmware. Oh, look, there's a command line here too. Yeah. So, not in firmware. It was here with the CMD line. Yeah, it was in firmware. Yeah, so I was just blind. Obviously I was blind. Because it's green, probably, right? A text file executable is not logical. So that's why I didn't see it. So if we nano CMD line here, and there's also a config text. So this is what we added. Just this bit here. So, but this doesn't help because it's not going. It has GUI and then it doesn't work, it seems. So we just copy this. So in boot firmware CMD line .txt arguments. So we still have the notepad up here, right? Beginning of kernel command line. This is the kernel command line. So kernel command line arguments, right? Let's just do kernel command line and this. No. Sometimes it doesn't copy when I want it to, so let's try again. No. So I have copied this several times now. Oh. You know why? Because I selected it with the keyboard, not with the mouse. That always annoys me when you can't do that. So, but it's life. We can live with that. There. So Well, this is what we have about the basic configuration so far. This is what we're really interested in right now. And now we can easily edit files. As we have SSH, we can upload files easily, we can do lots of things easily, right? So let's just exit this thing. Come on. I'm Control-Xing. We're definitely clicked here a lot of times. Well, I think it died. Yeah, broken pipe. So what is connected to the Pi? We have still got this connected. So let's actually hop over there and look what happened. So what happened? Oh, it's frozen. It looks good, but I can't click stuff. Why do you think? It couldn't be that I use a mouse for my PC and not for the Raspberry Pi. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. So still it's frozen. I can't move the mouse even now. So it is frozen. Why is the question. So it is here. It's not warm. This is only not connected, not on. We can see a 3.3 volts out on this pin here. That's our goal to test. So this is actually, this is the 3.5. Here we have 5 volts, and this is a pin, a data pin. So I thought we'd change the value of this, and we can see. So it's at 3.3 now. It will just beep if I don't close it down. So there's no mouse moment. So I guess I'm using the power to kill it. And we'll click again to start it. So let's go back. It's a long wait. Does it not save the configuration? Maybe it's not enabled now, but only for one session. I'm like, where did I put the track? That was too dark for me. Burnt bread. Yeah, so I'm thinking that I guess we should look into this more. Or we'll just do to focus on what we really want, right? Because this is not what I want, but it's a good learning still. So it's a bit annoying. So we still have this thing, right? SSH, choose yes, okay, finish. Let's see if it says anything. If this is supposed to... without a password. I'm looking for something about saving configuration more permanently. We're not using VNC. I don't even like graphical. If I can choose. So, Vultr recipe. Maybe we can find some. Yeah, we already know that. You can use stars in SCP's command, right? It's not like a amazing new revolution. No. So I'm probably going through a lot of stuff here it's already done with SSH long ago. So nothing new here really. What I've always done before, what I did with Kali too, I think, is to use the other way of installing SSH, which is when you put it on the stack from the start, flashing a fresh OS image. So we might just make a new OS image. I'm thinking that's quicker. And then we can get started with the actual things we want to do, right? So let's just redo this one. Stopping this. I'm just killing it. I'm gonna say bye-bye to this. That's not the right one. Is it? No, I just saw the USB. Okay. We kind of know that now that this one is not perfect. So at once that I plugged it into the USB hub, I'm sorry, we get it here. So I should probably throw this one away. So communications from the computer, no good. Let's just do it at once. So I like this one though. The nice cute little round thingy. But if it's not good, you know, it's worthless. So unfortunately it's bye-bye. There. In the trash. So we don't forget that it's bad. Just double checking before we click next. And why can't I? Because I have to do this again then. Alright, because we select this. So now we don't want to make settings. We want to, the hostname can be the same. Username and password. Let's do fix it again. So I don't want any secret information up here. So we just do fix it. And we don't want to configure wireless, but we want to enable SSH, password, and authentication. So we have a username that we know. We have password authentication. And this is just like play sound when you're finished burning this thing. So apply the settings. Is this the right one? Yeah, SD card. We only have one SD card. I'm safe for that, right? I did click the hard drive first though. It would have been sad to overwrite 2 terabyte of data. It's kind of quick, 3-4. So while this is going, because it'll take some time or no. So we're gonna continue our research on GPIO and mostly the GPIO 0 Python library, which we opened this page for. And this is why we want to have copy paste to SSH, because we don't want to type all this. It would take all day, you know. So what I was mostly thinking, how do I connect my my Pi and the connections here that we want to play with? How do I access that from within the Raspberry Pi, right? And I think we found a solution here. There might be other ways too. Oh, I'm sure there are other ways, but Python's nice, isn't it? So, component addresses are provided to allow a frictionless way to get started with physical computing. And very little code. So first of all, let's just copy this. And GPIO 0. Let's actually copy this one first. So notes, and I guess we'll put it here. What I'm thinking, yeah, by the way, this one was also by the USB cable that we have now thrown away. Probably bad cable. Maybe. I'm degrading it. Maybe bad cable. So at least through that cable we couldn't burn the SD card. And it's working just fine. And we had to do the same last time, yesterday. So it's not just now. Yeah, so I'm thinking of making a new file for Raspberry Pi GPIO 0, right? And that will just add a file, new note, and I'll say GPIO 0. And there we'll type stuff, and we'll go back and we'll add a reference here to this GPIO 0. So we can just click this and end up with this file. And here we're gonna put the code that we cover from this page. So yeah, so that was still selected too. I was thinking this was still selected, but this was too. There. So we can easily read this code here from it's importing LED.